Hello everyone, today we're gonna see how to do the installation of Python. So when it comes to installation of Python, there are two things. One is Python interpreter, then the other one is Python IDE. When it comes to Python interpreter, we're gonna see what is the latest version of Python interpreter. And in Python IDE usually stands for integrated development environment, which is nothing but a kind of an advanced environment which helps you writing the codes very quickly and efficiently, because it keeps on suggesting the codes syntax and all, right? So it makes your coding work very simple. Now there are many IDEs available in the market. The most recommended one for the beginner is Jupyter Notebook. Generally beginners use this mostly, right? Then there is PyCharm, then Spider, then IPy and all. And so when it comes to choosing which one to go ahead and pick and install that, then you might get confused on what we're gonna try a whole bunch of these IDEs, because there is one another package which provides a whole bunch of these IDEs and even some more, and that is called Anaconda. In Anaconda Navigator, or you can say Anaconda Distribution, you gotta get all these kind of Python IDEs. So to conclude, we're gonna first install this latest version of Python interpreter. And by default Python interpreter, this setup also provide you an IDE, but that's a very basic one. I'll just show you what is the difference. And then we're gonna also download and install Anaconda Distribution, which I would show you how this particular IDs makes your coding work simple. Okay, so let's jump to this website, official website, and download this particular thing. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I will just open Chrome. All right, and in the Chrome I'm simply going to say download download and install Python. Download and install the Python. All right, and then here it comes, its official website. I would recommend you to don't download it from official website. So there are many other sources from where you can download it, but my recommendation would be to go on this particular thing to be on safer side. Okay, nothing much. So if you when you come over here, what you see over here is this particular button. This is the latest version. If you want to see when it was released and all, then this was released in October 2021. If you want to download and install these some lower version, you can try any of these. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'll just click this particular thing, and the moment you click it, it starts the download over here, right? So if you see this download is complete, what you're gonna do is just click on this particular thing, and it will open up the wizard from where you can just continue this particular thing. Okay, let's see if this is taking few seconds. In few seconds you have over here. Now here it is asking, we have been doing installation of so many things, but still it's fine, right? So if you see over here, it says install now. Well, now I got this particular box. Here it says setup was successful. New to Python, start with here. It also provides you the online tutorial which you can refer. Come to the start menu and see if I have Python installed. Here we go. This is Python 3.10. This is the same one which we just installed, right? So what you're gonna do is just click on this particular thing, and this is here you go. Here you have your Python which is opened. Now if you want to check if this is working or not, just say 2 plus 2 and hit enter. It gave you the result 4. Well, this is working, right? So this is the work of interpreter, which does the interpretation with the command which you are providing to the system, right? Other than this, if you want, you can just say Python, and in that what you see is, don't worry about this, these are the older things which is not available in the system anymore, right? So here if you see here, it has provided the documentation and everything, right? So all these things are available over here. Now if you want to write any particular code, for example, uh, uh, as of now this is particularly starting thing, right? So there are many other things which will get auto completed. For example, let's say if you want to say PR, and then you have to type it completely, right? And if you see if you want to put the parenthesis operator, you have to put both of these two things manually, where in all of these things quickly and automatically gets completed in the IDEs, which I was explaining in the beginning. So now let's jump to the Google again and try to find, download and install the Anaconda distribution for Python 3. The one which we are using is Python 3.10. Let's see what is it that we have available as of now from Anaconda. So just close this, and when we scroll it, we need to click on this particular thing. It's gonna take some time to download this particular thing. Till the time I'm going to pause this video. Now if you can see, the download is complete. Now what we're gonna do is we need to run the setup, right? Just gonna click this, and it will just pop up on the screen. This is popped up. Now if you see over here, it says welcome to Anaconda, blah 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 blah, 64-bit setup. Now we're just gonna say next, and then over here you have to be agree. This is like, you know this is like your wife, right? So you go through all the conditions, you hear everything, you do, no matter whatever argument you want to do that, but at the end you have to agree with her, right? So similarly, it's the licensing thing. You just have to agree with this. Okay, just me, all users, whatever, install it for all users, or just me because I'm the only user over here, so I just want to go for it just for me. And then if you're working, if you're the IT person and want to install it for in some organization, you can just say all users, but for now I'm just going to keep it for me. Then I'm gonna say next, and then here it is showing me the location where it is going to install this particular thing. So this is the location where it is going. If you want to change it, you can change it, but I'm going to keep this same path environment, register Anaconda as my default Python 3.9. So I'm gonna say same, so that it will be synced with my default Python 3.9. Okay, so now it's just gonna install this particular thing. It's gonna take some moment to come. Here the installation is complete. Like you can see, it says installation is complete. It took somewhere 10-15 minutes for me. It might take less or more for you. Don't worry about it, it will be completed. Now once this is done, we're gonna say next, and then here it is saying something, so we're gonna just say next, and then we're gonna say, here it says Anaconda individual edition tutorial. If you want to see, here are some helpful things getting started with Anaconda. Just let's say finish, right? Let's see what happens. Okay, so if it is redirecting us to certain tutorials, which is gonna close that, but let's just have a look what is it going to show you. I'm also doing this after quite a long time, so let's just see what it shows. So looks like it is going to give us some instruction over here which we don't really need. So I'm just going to close this particular thing and jump to my this start menu, and Anaconda was installed in my case. Anaconda, here we got it, right? Anaconda navigator. All right, so previously I just opened the executable file, but now all that I needed to open is this particular thing. Okay, so again it's gonna take a few moments. Let's just wait for that, and as soon as it opens, we would have the list of IDEs available in front of us. Let's just wait for this. Right, so here we have it open in front of us. Now you can see this is the prompt, and just let's scroll it down, and here we say Jupyter Lab. Now here it comes Jupyter Notebook, then PowerShell, IPy Spider, and then here it comes PyCharm Professional. So there are many other IDEs which you can use from here. Even you have R Studio available here, which we don't need as of now. So what I'm going to do is I will just start with Jupyter Notebook. So if you want, you can start it from here as well. If you want, you can just start it from here as well, right? So because this is the first time, so it's not necessary, but this time because I already have it open, so I'm just going to launch it from here only, right? So you see this is taking some time, and it will just launch it in a couple of moments. Let's just wait for it. All right, so here it is getting opened. So now you can see here it is all opened, right? So when it is opened, you see a new button over here, right? So just click this drop down button and then you gotta click Python 3. All right, so it's just gonna open up a new notepad for you, and in that you would have many shells. I'll keep on walking you through each of these things. So as of now, you see this is the shell where you're gonna write the things, right? So if you want to write anything, for example, in sometime back I showed you in the default Python interpreter IDE that and I say that it gets auto completed. For example, if you write PR, let's see if it gets auto completed. Oops, it is not getting completed. Anyway, that okay, so you see these suggestions now, it just came, right? So when you write PRI and you hit tab, from that then you're gonna get all the suggestions. So from here you can choose print. All right, and here if you just press start the parenthesis operator, it automatically gives you the closer as well, right? Here you're gonna say hello, hi there. I will just say hi th here. I'm not going to say hello world, right? So you see this is printed over here. So this is the cell where you can just write the codes if you want to insert. So when you write the code, just gonna press Control Enter and this will be executed. If you want to have another shell below this, you just press Alt plus Enter and then that will come below that. Now if you want to insert some cell above this, you can just press A, alphabetic A, it comes above that. If you want to bring something below that, you just press B and so on, right? So I will be giving I'll be giving you the instruction how to use each of the elements available in Jupyter Notebook as we progress with our videos. For now, what is Python? So let's have a look at a quick definition. It says Python is an interpreted high-level general-purpose programming language which can be used for many purposes like data science, app development, automation, web development, game development, artificial intelligence, mathematical operations, and many more. So if you're someone who is pretty much interested in knowing what is the history behind Python, when it was developed, who developed it, how it evolved and all, I highly recommend you to just have a look on Wikipedia, because what I feel is there isn't any other reference which can explain more about the historical things and in evolvement of this particular thing better than this Wikipedia page, right? So I highly recommend you to just have a look on this particular thing and you would have a very detailed understanding about its history and the way it has evolved. Now because here we are here we are to learn through examples, so I'm directly going to take you to the Python IDE and let's start with that. Okay, before we start further, I would just say if you're someone who has programming background, I would suggest you are welcome to skip this video, or you can just watch this video on double speed. Okay, so there are two ways we can write the Python scripts, Python codes, either in command prompt or on Python IDE. So let's start with the Python IDE. I'll just start with Python IDE. In the start menu, all that you need to do is just type Python and here you gotta go get the suggestions and just click this particular thing. Here you have the Python opened, right? You can just start writing the codes over here. If you are interested in writing it in command prompt, what you can do is just write cmd in the run box and over here you can just say py and let's see if this works. Oh, it worked. Now if you get this kind of information, if you see over here Python 3.10, this is the current version which we installed. You saw that in the previous video, then great, you are landed with Python in command prompt as well. So because I'm going to start coding with Python IDE, I'm going to minimize that command prompt. Over here let's start with, like I said, if you're someone who has some technical background or programming background, you can just skip this video. or you can watch this on double speed. If you are an absolute beginner to the programming things, this is going to be for you. Right, like I said that Python is a interpreted programming language. So what does that means is, let's say if you want to if you tell Python do this 2 plus 1, then Python will understand and it will give you the answer 3. Okay, but if you write the same thing in any other applications, for example in PowerPoint, or for example what we can say is, let's say Notepad, if you write in over here 2 plus 1, then it does nothing because it is just writing what you're saying, while Python is an interpreted language, so it just performs whatever instruction you give it to it. All right, so hope you understood it. Right, now let's say what all are the mathematical things, like you operate the calculator. So all the things which you operate on your calculator, that thing can be done over here. All right, so let's say you have, let's start with addition the way I just showed it to you. So let's say 5 plus 4, here you got the answer 9. If you say 5 minus 4, you get the answer 1. This is addition, subtraction. Let's talk about multiplication. Let's say 5 multiplied by 2, you get the answer 10. Let's say 8 divided by, if you want to divide it, you can just use this particular thing, and then 8 divided by 2, you get 4, right? So this was addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Now if you talk about the brackets, so let's say you have here bracket 9 plus 2 and then 2, then here you get the answer 9 plus 2 is 11 to the 22. So it works the same way the board mass works, right? Similarly it works. Now you might come up with a question, what all are the mathematical operations that you can perform? That I'll just show you a list, but before that let me draw your attention to the division part. Here what we did is we divided 8 by 2 and we got the quotient, which is 4.0. right? Let's say if you are interested in getting the remainder, what is the answer? Let's say you divide 9 by 2, so what you get is 4.5, but you are interested in getting the remainder. How are you gonna do that? So for that you say 9 and double forward slash, you put double forward slash and then put 2. Let's see if this works. So here you get 4. Why is that so? So you gotta say 2 4 ja 8. Oops, sorry, this is if you, when you use double forward slash, it gives you the rounded quotient. Here you got 4.5, but here you're getting just 4, so it rounded the quotient. You didn't understand that? Let's say 15 and then double forward slash and then you put 2. Here you get 2 7 14, but you are left with 1 that is not coming over here. But if you do 15 divided by 2, you get 7.5. Hope you understood. When you are interested in getting the rounded or floored quotient, if you are interested in getting the floored quotient, you're gonna just use double double forward slash. If you want to get exact quotient, then you can just use the single slash. All right, I just hope that you understood this thing. Now all the mathematical operations which you can perform over here in Python are these. You can just pause the screen and go through this and you can understand that, right? I'll just take a reference and I'll try to explain some of this, or maybe many of them I have already explained. Whatever is remaining, I'm just going to explain it to you. So let's jump back in the Python. Now I was telling you, let's say 9 and you divide it by 2, so you are interested in getting the remainder part, whatever is remaining. So let's say 9, and if you divide 9 by 2, what you are left with, what is the remainder? Tell me the answer. The remainder is 1, because 2 4 are 8 and you left with 1. So if you want to get that remainder part, how are you going to do that? For that you're going to use modulus, which is generally represented by percent symbol, 9% 2, and if you say enter, then you gotta get this particular thing. All right, so 9 modulus 2 is 1. All right, let me give you another example. 15 modulus, let's say 2, then you gotta get this. All right, let's say you are writing 23 modulus 3, what you get is 2, because 3 7 ja 21, and what you are left with is 2. So this is how you can use all these mathematical operations. Hold on, now there is one more thing. If you want to find the square of something, or maybe exponent of something, what you can do is, so this is the number I want to find. I want to have its exponent by 2, then you get 25. 5 exponent 5, then you get this thing. 11 exponent 2, here you got 121. So this is how, just use double star and you get the exponent of that. So I just hope that it was clear to you. Just in case if you have any doubt, put that into the comment section. I would strongly recommend you to just go through this and try to practice this thing as much as you can, because if you don't practice, we are not going to end up anywhere, right? Data types. Now when this word comes, what exactly flashes in your mind? So in a very layman term, we can say that data type is actually a categorization or supplied data or values which helps Python to understand what exactly the programmer or the user wants to do, or wants to use the supplied input. Okay, so when you work in Python, when we start working in Python, we will come across all these kind of values, right? So these are the values. If you categorize them all, so majorly you would end up having these all 6 categories, which are numbers, string, list, tuple, set, and dictionaries. You can see all over here. Now we will see, out of all these values, what all are considered under numbers, and then in strings, then list, tuple, set, and dictionaries. So majorly there are 6 data types in Python. Let's see, out of all these, what all are considered under numbers. So all these numeric values which you see over here, right, these all are numbers. Then again, all of these kind of values will be considered as a string. Any alphabetical or numeric alphanumeric thing under quotations, right, usually referred as a string. Then all these kind of values are called list. There could be any kind of number, like you can see here we have whole numbers, here we have decimal values, negative values, positive values, here we have text strings. So all these things means group of values are called over here. I mean, values are grouped under square brackets, those are referred to be list. Moving forward, we will understand each of them in detail. Okay, now then it comes to tuples, right? So tuples are very similar to list. These are grouped in parenthesis brackets, right? Parenthesis bracket. Lists are grouped under square bracket, and these are grouped in parenthesis operator. Like I said, as we move forward, we will learn in detail more. Okay, then these all values are referred to be the sets, right? So if you see, these all are grouped under curly bracket. So to summarize, curly brackets refers to values grouped under curly brackets, set; values grouped under parenthesis brackets, tuples; values grouped under square brackets are list, right? Now then it comes over here, right? So if you see here, these all are called dictionary. These are also grouped under curly brackets, but within that there will be keys and values. These are 2 major elements of dictionaries. So to summarize, all the values which we had over here, we categorize them in 6 groups. Those are numbers, strings, lists, tuples, sets, and dictionaries. Further, numbers are further classified in 3 categories. What all those 3 categories? Those are integers, float, and complex. So all these numbers which you see over here, out of this, whatever numbers you have as whole, be it negative or positive, those all considered as integer. The numbers either positive or negative, if those have any decimal value, we consider them under float. Then the numbers which are written like this are considered as complex numbers. So to summarize all these things, we can say data types in Python are categorized under six groups. Those are numbers, string, list, tuple, set, and dictionary. Further, numbers are categorized in three segments. Those are complex, float, and integers. Other than this, there are other types also, which are not majorly categorized but are also known as long, known, and boolean, etc. We will see moving forward, right? So as of now, in a nutshell, we can say that there are six data types in Python. Out of that, numbers are further categorized in three subcategories, which are float, integer, and complex. Now it comes, how would you check in Python what is the data type of a supplied value? So I will just show it to you. What you can do is you can just go to the start menu, and if you have seen my previous video where I explained how to download and install Python IDE and Anaconda distribution, and if you have done that, then when you go in start menu and type Jupyter, then you gotta get this kind of suggestion, and you just need to click this particular thing and it will open up in Internet Explorer. It's just taking few seconds, and in few seconds it will be available over here. So once you get this launched, you all that you need to do is go in this new and click on this Python 3. All right, so once this is available over here, we will see how we can check the type of a supplied value. So here we have the interactive cell, but because I have already opened it, so I will work in the one which I have already created. So if you can see over here, so here I am trying to check the type of 2. All right, let me make it smaller. So here all these values are commented and this particular thing is uncommented, right? So I'm just going to hit enter, right? So if you see, for this type is int. Okay, if this is not making much sense, let me do it over here. So let's take a positive number, whole number, this is int. Let's take a negative whole number, this is also int. Let's make it decimal, now this is float, if you can see. Then let's take a positive decimal number, then it is float. What next? All right, so now next we can see is, let's write x in the quotation. This is a string, you can see this is a string. You can write your name also over here. I would suggest just stop the video and type your name over here. For example, if I write Learnerea, so here you get string, right? Now next we can try this particular value. What is the type of this particular value? If you see over here, so here it gives you some problem because here it doesn't identify this kind of quotation. So I'm just going to replace this particular quotation with the one accepted in Python format. So if you see, this is called list, right? Same, if I just, what I need to do is I just replace the square bracket with parenthesis 1. Okay, so it's gonna say it's tuple. If you see, somebody call it tuple, somebody pronounce it tuple, right? So this is how it is. Okay, now if I just change this bracket to curly bracket, right? So then its type going to be, I will just cut this and put it inside this. Now you see it is set, right? Now other one, the last one which we have is this dictionary. So once you take this particular thing and if you put that over here, it's gonna say that the type of this value is dict. Dict is nothing but the dictionary. So this is how you can test the type of supplied data. Now in the next video, we're gonna see how important is it to know the data type of particular thing. How can we store all these particular values in a particular operator, not exactly operator, or in certain container which is called variable. We will see in the upcoming video. Now, after understanding the data types, what comes next? The next thing which comes in the queue is variables. What are the variables? Let's consider that you have one number 9, right? Okay, before I proceed, just let me tell you that variables are nothing but just like a container which you, in your normal life you use containers to put things into that. For example, if you have sugar, you would use a container to put sugar into that, and whenever you need, you can just take out some sugar from that and you can use that, right? Similarly, you use containers in Python to store the values. For example, here you have one value which is 9, all right, and you want to put that in something. So let's say here we have a container and we're gonna put 9 into this container and we gonna label this as my num. So this container, I give a name to this container as my num, which is nothing but my number. Now, after doing this, whatever operations you could perform on number 9, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, whatever mathematical operation, you can perform all those operations on my num. So this was the case of number. Does it mean that we can only store numbers into a container or into a variable? No, absolutely not. That's not the case. Let's have an example. Here we have a string value. That's the character value, which is called learn, right? And here we got another container. We're gonna put this value into this container and we're gonna name it as my car, which is nothing but my character, something like that. Okay, you can give the name of anything, xyz, xyz, abc, etc., whatever you want in this world. Okay, so whatever name you want, you can give it over here. All right, and then whatever operations you can perform on a character, all those things can be performed over here. I know I have not explained it, what all are the actions which we perform on characters, but whatever we learn moving forward, all of these things can be performed on a character variable as well. So the story behind this, or the moral behind this, is even if you store any value in a container, then whatever operation you wanted to perform on the particular or individual value, that those all operations can be performed on the container. Let's jump to the Jupyter notebook and try to understand this with an example. Well, so here we are in Jupyter notebook. This is from previous class, right? Now here what I'm gonna do is, here I have my number 9. Okay, so in Jupyter notebook, in cell you can type any number, and to execute this, what you can do is you can either click run, or you can just from your keyboard you can hold control key and hit enter. So that's gonna be executed and it will be printed over here. Now on 9, if you want to add something, plus 1. Okay, so it is executed over here. 9 plus 1 equals to 10. Let's see, can we do this thing? Oh, what can we do extra, right? So let's say this is the number and I store this number in a variable called my car. Okay, so this is the variable in which I stored this particular number. Now let's hit control plus enter. Oh, it gave you nothing, because this time when we executed it, we just said Python store this number 9 into this variable my car. Now if you want to see what is stored in this particular variable, for that what you're going to do is, there are a couple of things. Either you can say print my car. So here you have 9, or if you're working in Jupyter notebook, you can simply say my car and you're gonna have the operation 9. Sorry, not operation, the output 9. Now can we do some addition, subtraction, or any of the mathematical operation can we perform on this particular thing? Okay, before we proceed further, let's understand. You see, this is the character value, which is the variable name, and this is the number which we have stored. What happens if we are storing a number value in character name? Will it change the data type of this thing? Do you think so? Let's check it out. Okay, so for that what we're gonna do is type, and then I showed you in the previous video. Let's hit no, it's still int, right? So that means storing a value into variable doesn't changes the data type of that particular value. Now moving forward, we wanted to see that, Okay, let me just change the name. Here it says my card. That doesn't make any sense. Rather, I should say my num. Okay, my num. All right. I mean, you can say my card. That's not that's gonna be absolutely fine. But just it make more sense. I change the name to my num. Okay. Now, if I do +1, what will happen? Let's see. Oh, it is working, right? So you can just add 1 to this, or whatever you wanted to do, you can do over here, right? So let's say if we want to say see the remainder after dividing it, so here you have the remainder. If you want to subtract it, you can do that as well, right? If you want to multiply it, you can do that as well. Okay, so all the mathematical operations which you can perform on a single number or any individual number, that you can perform on the variable also in which that is stored. Let's create another variable which is called my secnum. All right, my second number is 8. All right, now let's see if that has been stored. Yeah, you see my sec number is also working. Now can we try this? Here we have my num, and on that I wanted to add my secnum. Python is case sensitive, so you gotta be a little cautious about it. Okay, so I simply want to add 9 plus 8, right? So does it make sense if we do this way? Let's see if it's gonna work. Yeah, it is working, right? So you can store any value into a variable and you can perform whatever mathematical operations you want, right? If you want to subtract this, you can subtract this. If you want to multiply this, you can multiply this. Okay, now you might be getting a question, why do we need to store the values in a particular variable, right? When we can use it standalone, right? So it's because when you progress, as of now we are just looking at one single piece of information, but moving forward when you progress, we would have series of numbers. So every time, let's say after doing this, for example, here we wanted to add 9 plus 8. Now after some time, here you have certain number and you want to add 9, so you don't need to write that again. What you can simply do is you can just say my num. Okay, and here you have that number added into it. All right, so moving forward we would have series of numbers, so it will make more sense why we are using variable to store the values. As of now we can just understand that variables are something which we use to store the values inside it. Now every time I say variable, if you try to understand the English meaning of this particular word which is called variable, so that means something which keeps on changing, right? So let's try that. Here in my num we stored the value 9. Now if I use the same variable name over here, again my num, and here if I store 99, will it change the value in my num? Let's check that. Okay, now here I am just going to type my num and hit enter. Now if you see here in my num, this time it is 99. All right, but so previously we had in my num we had the value 9, but now we have 99. Okay, so for example if you come above this, so to insert any cell above the current cell, you can just press alphabetical A from your keyboard and that will come over here. Okay, now let's try what happens. Still you are 99, but if you just execute this and then if you try my num, then you're gonna get 9. What exactly happening? It's working in a sequence, right? So the moment you change the value, or the moment you assign another value in that same particular variable, it gets changed, right? So this is what happens. This is why we call it a variable. Now if in this particular thing you add my second num, in my second number, what is the value that we have? In my secnum we have the value 8. So when you add this, it's gonna work like this. This was for numbers. Can we also store the character value in a variable? Yes, we saw that in the very beginning. Yeah, so we can say my char, and in that you're gonna write learn. Okay, and you just hit enter. Now first let's check what is the data type. Is it numeric or character? Let's say type equals to my char, and see, it's string. Okay, so whatever value you have, if you are storing that inside this, the value gets changed, right? So for example, do you, because in my char I have stored the character value, can I reset it? Because it's a variable, I can reset the value inside that, right? I just explained. So can this time, can I store numeric value? Yeah, of course I can do that. Now if I check the type of this time, all right, and in that I gonna say my char. So this is int, right? But if you check it over here, oops, if you check it over here, then what you're gonna get is type and my, here it's string. So I hope you are getting the point. The moment you change it, the data types change of that particular variable as well, right? But because we were understanding the character value, so we're gonna keep to that particular point. Okay, now what if you want to add something on this, right? Let's try, let's see, this my char has the value learn, which is string value, and here my num has the value 99. Can we add this, right? So you remember in the very first in the previous video I explained why we require the data type. Data type is required, which tells the Python what sort of thing we want to perform, right? So here I stored this particular string value into this particular value, and I said the data type is, I stored it as a string, so I said that the data type is string. So I can only perform string operations on that, and I can for example, here it is numeric, so I cannot perform string operations on this particular variable, right? So for example, let's take my char, right? So this is the string variable. If I try to multiply it with 2, can I do this? Oh, of course I can do this, because this is just repeating, right? It's not adding. Let's try to add this. So here if you see this, here you see, here it says can only concatenate string, not int. So what happens when you use plus with a string variable? It works as a concatenation. So if you use minus, here you see unsupported operator type as etc etc, right? So it is not working on this particular thing, because this is the character variable, right? So if you want to perform anything, for example, here I want to add let's say my num. Okay, my num, I want to add this. It's not gonna work, because this one is numeric and this one is character. So what if in any case I want to add these two? What is it that we're gonna do? So for that, there is one option which is called str. You can use that on the numerical variable, and then you see learn and 9. So this time in my num you have the value stored 9. So I'll just change it over here, and now if you see learn 99. Okay, so this is how, when you use plus thing with the character values, then it works as a concatenation, but when you use with numeric variables, it performs the actual thing. So I just hope that it was clear to you. This is it for this particular video. Just in case you have any other doubt or any other question, do not hesitate to put that into the comment section. I will definitely get back to you. Previous videos we understood about all these data types. Now here we're gonna focus on these 4 data types, which are list, tuple, set and dictionary. So in this sequence we're gonna first start with list, right? Let's understand what list is. It's used to store the values, right? Let's take an example. For example, you are working in a company where 6 people joined: John, Smith, Tom, Rohan, Jolly and Sandrella. They all joined in a sequence. John joined first, Smith second, Tom third, and so on. And they are offered this particular salary on monthly basis, like 40,000, 30,000, 60,000 and so on. Now your manager asks you to store this particular value, I mean this all salaries somewhere, and whenever he needs you, you are supposed to retrieve the information and provide it to him. How are you gonna store this? So basis on whatever we have learned so far, first we're gonna see basis on that how we're gonna store these values, and then we will learn how list can simplify the work. Let's jump to the Jupyter notebook and try to understand this. So here we are in our Jupyter notebook. First, before creating the list, let me put all these values over here. So these are the salary which were offered, right? If we click this, hit Control plus Enter, you're gonna get 70. What does that mean? It is simply printing the last values. And if you have to retrieve any information, it's not gonna be retrievable, right? Properly. So how you can make it simple? For that, let's copy these values. For that, we're going to create a list. How you can create a list? To create a list, you're going to start with square bracket and end with square bracket. Within that, you need to put all those values which you want to store in that particular list, right? I just hit Control plus Enter. Now your list is created. But the problem is, whenever you want to access this, every time you will have to copy this and paste it somewhere. This is what we learned in our previous video. What we can do is we can create a variable called salary. If you have not seen that video, I strongly recommend you to just scroll through the list and check out the previous videos. Okay, so here the salary variable we have created, and inside that we are putting all these elements, all these salary values, right? And then we're gonna just store this. Now you see nothing is printed because everything is stored in this particular variable, right? Now if you want to access all these salaries, how are we gonna do that? For that, you're gonna just type salary over here and hit Control plus Enter. Now you have all these salaries printed over here. Now the problem statement comes over here. Next problem statement. Okay, before we jump over there, let's see what is the type of this particular variable. Okay, so in our previous videos we learned how to check the type, what all are the types, right? So here you see it says clearly it's list. You can also check the length of this list. That means which tells you simply how many elements are available in that particular list. So how you can do that? Simply use the len function and in that put the variable name, right? So you see you are getting the answer 6. That means in your list, the list name or list variable and whatever you supply over here, that has 6 elements. So this is how you can check the type and length of a particular list variable. Now moving forward, we're gonna learn about slicing and dicing a list. So whenever we create a list works on index system, right? So how does indexing works? Let's get back to this part and try to understand. So here this is the list which we have created. What Python does is it assigns a number to each of the elements stored in a list, and those numbering starts from 0. So if you see, first element is at 0th position, then second one is on first, then third one is on second, and so on. So it starts from 0. This is something which needs to be noted over here, and you need to memorize this particular thing. So for example, if you want to access the salary of Tom, which is at third position, so you gotta look for the second index position, right? Similarly, if you need to access the salary of Jolly, so which is at 5th position, so you're gonna look at 4th index value. Okay, so how can we access this particular thing? Let's jump to Jupyter once again. Here we're gonna learn about slicing and dicing that particular thing. So for example, here is our list variable. In that I want to, my manager asked me to provide the salary for third employee, right? So how are we gonna put that? Should I put 3? If I put 3, it's gonna give you 35, which is at the 4th position. Why? Because position starts from 0. So if he is asking me to provide the salary of third employee, then I gonna put 2 over here. Means whatever position you want to access, -1. Okay, so this is how you got that particular thing. Now if your manager asks you to give the list of salary for all the employees who joined third onward, right? So what you're gonna do is you're simply gonna put 2 and colon and then just say hit enter, right? So you're gonna get all these things. So what colon does is it tells Python provide me all the elements which are coming, which starts from second position till the end, right? All elements starting from second till the end. So colon simply says that. Now if you want to fetch the information ending at second position, means starting from beginning, which is 0, and ending at third position, so you simply first put colon and then put the ending position. All right, so here it is. So 0 third. So if you ask about the left side, then it excludes the ending point. If you ask about the right side, then it includes the, sorry, there was no 22nd, so it includes that particular thing, right? So hope this is clear to you. All right, so this is how you can do the slicing basis on the position, right? Now what if your boss asks you to provide the last element? So are you going to take a count of each of the element and then put the last element number? No, there is another system. Let me show it to you. That's called reverse indexing. So if you see, if you come from the right side, then it starts from -1, -1, -2, -3, -4, -5 and -6. So if you see, in reverse indexing it starts from -1, while in normal indexing it starts from 0. Okay, this point needs to be noted. So if you want to access the last element, you simply gonna say -1. If you want to access the second last, you simply gonna say -2, right? So let's try this. Slicing in reverse order. So you're gonna say salary, and in that you gotta put -1 and hit enter. You see 70. Now you put colon and let's see what happens. You again get 70 because there isn't anything at the right hand side. So if you want to access everything starting from second last till the beginning, so you're gonna do this thing. Okay, so like I just hope that it is clear to you. It is starting from 35, right? 35, this was -1, -2. Again, the position which you are providing, that is excluded. If you want to include that, you gotta start from 1 back. Okay, so this is how you can access the elements from reverse order. All right, so let's say if you want to access -2nd and, sorry, I just said 12. That's not possible, okay, because we don't have 12 elements, right? So you see what is happening. This, it says list indices must be integer or slices, not tuples. So it is taking it as tuple. Let's try this. So it is showing blank. Why is that so? Because it's exceeding, it is not finding anything on that particular position. Okay, so let's try this particular thing, 2 till 4. So here you got 60 and 35. So if you see second position, which is 2, and fourth position, this is 35, right? So again the last element is excluded, right? Whatever comes on the right hand side, that is always excluded from the ending element. Okay, now if moving forward over here, it says changing elements in a list. For example, your boss says that now we are increasing the salary for Jolly from 50,000, we are making it 60,000 or maybe 90,000. How are you gonna change that? So for that, you simply gonna say salary, and in that you need to put the element index number for the salary of Jolly, so which is second last. So either you can use -2 or you can use 5. So I'm just going to use -2. Let's try if that works. Okay, and the value which we're gonna put is like 80,000. Let's say her salary is increased to 80,000, and now let's try to print the salary thing. And if you see over here, it is changed to 80, which was previously 50. You see, previously second last element was 50, now that is changed to 80. So if you want to change any element, just put the index number of that particular element and then put the value. Okay, if you want to change it in a range, then you gotta put 2 and then colon starting from second, right, which is this position, and you gotta provide all the list over here. Okay, so how you can do that? For that, 80, 33, 44 and 12. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. Okay, what just happened? 80, 33, 44 and 12. This is changed. Okay, now let's try to understand how appending works into a list. Let's say this was the salary 1, and let's say few more employees joined in, so you're gonna create another list which is salary 2, and in that you gotta store 45, then 23 and then 67, right? So this is the another list. This gave you just error because instead of comma I just use the full stop thing, right? So they here we got another list created. Okay, now your boss asks you to come on, combine these both together, right? You don't need to keep everything separate, you just combine them all together. How are you going to do that? Simply you can just say salary dot append, and in that the new salary variable, I mean the new list, you can just put inside this. And over here if you check salary again, then what's gonna happen? You see you have that particular salary also included over here, but you see this it is in a separate list. Let's see if we can mitigate this particular thing. Is there a way to combine them all together? Yeah, let's see that if this works. Okay, now if you see that is coming inside this, so what we're gonna do is just hit this and then over here salary and then plus this thing. And now if you see this is not working because here we have already appended that, right? So what we're gonna do is first we need to recreate this salary wala thing, right? And then you come back over here and wherever you have that, then you hit enter. You see now those things are changed. So that problem was happening because value in salary, this particular variable was already changed. I just hope that you understood the concept of list. Just in case if you have any kind of doubt, do not hesitate to put that into the comment section. What happens in the tuple? So tuple is also like container which we use to store the values into that. So we're gonna take same example where we have couple of employees, I mean multiple employees who has joined in a sequence, and we're gonna store their salaries in a tuple, right? So let's jump to the Jupyter notebook and see how we create a tuple. So here we are in Jupyter notebook. Here is the list which was created previously. Now we're going to create a tuple for this thing, right? This time we're going to create a tuple, right? So here let's see. Okay, so here is the tuple and we're going to assign the same value in tuple as well. So one thing, if you notice here, when we create a list we use a square bracket over here, but in tuple it is different. Here we use the parenthesis operator. You can say round bracket or parenthesis operator or maybe small bracket. So in that we can store this thing. Right now if you check the type of this particular container or maybe variable, you can say, so it's gonna say tuple, right? Now we will try to access the elements from tuple, right? So let's say my tuple. Here is my tuple. Let's say we want to access this particular element. How is that going to happen? In terms of list, we used to start the index as 0, 1, 2. So let's try to see if this works over here as well, right? So here we say 2. So it is working, right? So it here, that means here the index works same as list, right? The only difference is instead of using square bracket, we are using the round bracket. Okay, let's try to select in reverse way, right? Let's say -2. Okay, so here also it is working the same way as it used to work for list. Does that mean that there is no difference? It is same as list. Now over here, does this mean that just because of this bracket thing we are creating a separate thing? All right, let's try that. Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. Okay, so here I have my list, and here let's say this 60 number, this 60 value, we want to change it, right? So that element is second. Okay, and now we want to change it to, let's say, 90. Okay, and now let's try to print this particular thing, my list. And you see 40, 30, 90. Previously it was 40, 30, 60. Now it is changed to 90. Let's try to do the same thing in tuple. My tuple, and in here if you access the second element, here it is 60. Let's try to change that 90. Here it just throws an error. Here says tuple object does not support item assignments. So that means in tuple you cannot make changes in the elements which has already been assigned or already been stored. So here, this is why it is called immutable. Tuples are immutable, right? And you cannot make any change into that. Immutable means unchangeable, while in list you can make changes. Rest of the features remains same. So the two differences which we have over here is tuple we store in round bracket and list we store in square bracket. Okay, lists are changeable or mutable, while tuples are non-changeable, non-mutable. Okay, this that means that tuples are immutable. Okay, so now what does this mean? Does this mean that once you create a tuple you can never ever change it? Let's try to figure out a way. There is a way you can change it if that's extremely required. So what we're going to do is, here we're going to create another variable called x, and in that we can use this function, particular function, which is called list. Okay, and in the list we're going to provide the variable in which you have stored a tuple. And now if you check the type of this particular thing, what you're going to get is, you see that particular thing is changed. Now it is list. Now let's try to print this. It is list. You can see this is a square. Now if you want, you can just change it, right? The second element is 60, and if you want, you can just assign this particular thing 90. Now if you want, because you have to keep it in a tuple mode, right? So again you can do the reverse thing, right? My tuple equals to, what you're going to do is tuple, and then you can say x. Now my tuples are again created. Check out the type of this thing, my tuple. You see it is tuple, and now try to print this, my tuple. Now if you see over here, the values are changed. Instead of 60 you have 90 printed over here. So this is how you can make some arrangement to change the value in a tuple, but in direct method you cannot make any change in a tuple. So that's the biggest difference between list and a tuple. This can be asked in an interview, but rest of the things remains same. Okay, now in this one we're going to learn about set. What does set means? How does this work? Let's jump to the Jupyter notebook directly and try to understand it over there with the practical examples. Okay, so here we are in Jupyter notebook. Now if you see here, I have created list, and here I have a tuple. Now what happens with a set? Why do we create a set, and how is that created? So if you notice over here, list is created within square bracket and tuples are created in round bracket. How does it work with set? So yeah, you guessed it right. Now there is only one bracket which is left, and that's curly bracket. This is the curly bracket. Curly bracket we use to create the set, right? So now let's try to create a set over here. Here we're gonna just put it set, and let's try to check its data type. Type is my set. Oh, is there something wrong? Let's run this. Yeah, here it gave state. Why is it saying state? Yeah, now this is correct. All right, so sometimes the processing is little slow, so just bear with that. Okay, now moving forward, here we just checked that what is how to create the set and how to check its type. Let's try to print the values, right? Let's try to print the values. If you notice over here, first we have 40, 30, 60, 35, 50 and 70. Before we proceed further, now again you would be getting the obvious question, why do we need to create this set? Just because it is stored in curly bracket, does this make any difference? No, obviously no. So that's something which we're going to check over here. Now let's try to print this set thing. All right, so now if you see over here, it's we store the value first 40, then 30, then 60, 35 and so on. But here it is not printed in the same way. So that's the feature of set. It does not follow the order. Whatever order you give, it's not going to listen to that. Okay, so it follows its own order. There is no indexing in set as well, right? So index set is not indexed. What does that mean? Let's for example try to use my list. Okay, let's print this, and if you want to access this particular element which is 60, so what you're going to do is you're going to put the index number 2, and that you can access. Same happens with tuple, right? So my tuple, and you access that, it is printing 6. Now let's try if this works with set as well. First of all, the spelling for set is not correct. Now if you run this particular thing, then it says set object is not subscriptable, right? We cannot subset a set statement. Okay, it's not subsettable, we can say. Because we cannot slice and dice it, we cannot change its value as well. So that's the another feature which is similar to tuple. In tuple also we cannot change the value, in set also we cannot change the value, right? So what else that we have with set? What else can we do? Let's try to do one more interesting thing. Now you see over here we have 40 and rest of the numbers are unique. Now let's try to put another 40. Okay, and let's try to print this particular value. So you see both of the 40s are available. That means it is allowing us to store the duplicate values, right? Now let's try to do the same thing over here and say my tuple and print this. It is also allowing this. Now let's try to check this thing in set. Here it says, oops, this is the obvious error, inaccurate. Now this is created, but is it storing actually that? Now if you see, it is not storing that, though you have entered two same elements, but that is not stored. So that's the another important feature for set. Set does not allow duplicate values, right? So what are the differences? Set we create within a curly bracket. It is unordered and it does not allow the duplicate values. That's a very good feature which differentiates it from tuple and list. Like we saw in case of tuple also, that tuple was unchangeable, but we changed that by changing its data type. So the same thing you can do over here also, like, right? So let's say list and let's store it in X. Now try to print X. X is over here. Now if you want, you can just change its value. Let's, for example, you want to access the third element, print the third element, which is 40. Now let's put the value 80 in place of that. Okay, now if you print X, the in third position 0 1 2 3, third position you have value 80. Now you can again store it in the set, right? But for that you're gonna just change its data type. All right, and then you can just print. Hello everyone, in the previous video we learned about set. Now in this video we're going to learn about dictionary, what happens in dictionary. So dictionary is also a data type which it's also a kind of list which we use to store the list of values. Okay, but here it's little different from whatever we have learned so far. But before we jump to that, let's understand what all are the features. So dictionaries or dictionary is or are ordered, changeable, and does not allow the duplicate values. Okay, when you want to create the dictionary, what happens is, like set, you use the curly bracket, but the difference over here is you're gonna first use the key and then colon and then assign the values to that. Just like a table, in a table you see there will be columns and then rows and etc, right? So in tables what happens, every column would have a name, so that name is referred to be key over here, and every column would have certain values into that, right? So those values comes over here, and you can store as many this kind of elements you want, separated by just a single comma. For example, this is our data which we have been considering since beginning. So here we have the data for salary data for 6 employees, which are 40k, 30k, 60k, and so on, right? So when you create a list, you end up creating this kind of list. Same in this is called tuple, and same happens in set as well. If you are asked to give the salary for Tom, all that you're gonna do is you're gonna use the indexing thing on a list, right? And then you're gonna come up with 60k. But there could be a situation when there are many more entries, and it would be really difficult for you to memorize the position of each of the values. So in that case, it's going to be very difficult for a list, from a list to pick out that particular value. So that's where the dictionary comes into the picture, and it helps you immensely. Now let me take you to the Jupyter notebook and show all these things practically. So here we are in Jupyter notebook. Now first thing which we're going to do is create a dictionary. So like I said, to create a dictionary, all that we need to do is use a curly bracket. Okay, so in that curly bracket, first thing which we need to do is provide the key value, key. So here in our case, the key is going to be John. That's the employee name, and the value will be 40, which is his salary, $40,000. Same, it's gonna happen with Smith. All right, and for that we're gonna assign the value. What is that? 30K. Now the next one is Tom, and for that we're gonna assign the value is 60K. Now our dictionary is created. We need to store it in a variable, so that we can do myDict. Inside myDict we're gonna store this. Let's check out the data type of this myDict. Okay, and for that you're gonna use type function, and if you see, it is assigned, the assigned values are dictionary. If you want to print that, how does it looks like? So let's print that. So here is how it looks like. So this is how you can create a dictionary. If you want, you can also use list over here. If you want, you can use tuple over here. If you want, you can use another dictionary inside a dictionary, right? So there are many flexibility available with dictionary. Now let's jump to the next section where it says try to access the elements of the dictionaries. Okay, so for example, you have this particular thing created. Right now you want to access the salary of Smith. Let's say you have 100 of entries. Right now, out of that you want to just access the salary of Smith only. Right, so myDict you're gonna say, and in that you're gonna put the key value and just hit enter. Here you got this particular thing. Again, here also you're going to use the square bracket. Now if you're not sure what all keys are available in your dictionary, you can simply use myDict. That's your dictionary name, dictionary variable, and you can simply say keys, and here you gotta get a list of all the keys. Yeah, you see over here. Similarly, if you're not sure if you want to get list of all the values, what you can do is you can simply use the dictionary variable name, and then you can say values, and then you can just hit Control Enter, and here you got that. Now if you want to see all the items available in that, it's very simple. You can just use the dictionary variable name, and you can just hit Control Enter. Other than that, if you want, you can just use items also, and that will be printed over here. This becomes particularly beneficial when it comes to looping through a dictionary and all, which we'll see in the subsequent videos. Okay, so this is how you can use all these three things to access a dictionary. Next, it comes changing the item using update. So let's say John has the salary of 40,000. We want to promote him and we want to give him 45,000. How we can do that? So for that, you're gonna do is, there are two ways. Manual way is just use John myDict and just try to access his salary. Okay, and here you see 40. What you can do is you can just say 45 and then just try to print it, myDict. Now you see John's salary is 45,000. What is the other way? Using update. So for that, you're going to use the dictionary variable name, and then over here you're going to use this method update, and inside that what you're going to do is you're going to just, by just pressing shift tab, you can see the syntax also, right? It's available with Jupyter notebook. In that, what you're going to do is you can exactly use whatever is given over here, but now his salary is changed to 45K. Oops, why Smith is getting copied. Okay, I'll just copy it once again from here, and now his salary is 45,000. Now I'm going to change it to 50,000. Do you think it's gonna work? Let's see that. Here it just gives an error. What that error is? Now let's see that. Cannot convert dictionary update sequence element has 0 to a sequence. Okay, let's try to update it for Smith, and try to understand what this particular error is, right? Here also it is giving you the same sort of error. Now what this error is, how can we? Alright, so the problem is very simple over here. Here we don't need to use comma. What we need to use is colon. Okay, so now you just use that, and here it is changed. Now the John salary is 50,000. Let's see that. Okay, my date. If you see, it is 50,000. So similarly, you can update the value of any of the key, or and so on. Okay, so now this is how we do the update in a dictionary. Now let's say if we want to add another item into a dictionary, for example, let's say my date. Okay, so here this thing is. Now to update that, to add anything into this, again you're gonna use update, and in that what you're gonna do is you just put the key and value which you want to add this. For example, we want to create another employee salary, which is learn. Though learn is not a name, but I'm just going to create a dummy. After all, these all things are dummy. Okay, so now I will just print this my date. Okay, and let's see. So now you can see over here learn is added to this particular dictionary. This is how you can add the values, and this is how you can modify some certain value. Now if we want to remove an item from a dictionary, how can you do that? So for that you're going to use dictionary name, dictionary variable name, and there is one function which is called pop. You're going to use pop, right? And whatever you want to remove from here, let's see the syntax over here, right? What is it that we want to remove? Here remove specified keys and return the corresponding values. Okay, so let's try to put the key first. Okay, so how we can do that? For example, we're gonna say John. Okay, let's see if this works, right? And from bottom, okay, John is already removed, so that's why it is giving the error. I just did control enter. Okay, for example, what you can do is you can just rerun this particular thing, and if you this. Okay, so here it says key error is John. It's not working over here. This is giving you error because John is already removed. Okay, now let me just show it to you. Okay, now you see John does not exist. So to fix this, what we need to do is we again need to recreate that particular dictionary. Now this time learn is not available inside this. Now if you want to remove John, what you're gonna do is mydict.pop. Okay, and inside pop you're gonna say John. All right, now oops, it's not job, it's John. So that particular thing is deleted. You can just validate it over here. So what it does is it deletes, and then in return it gives you the value which was assigned to that particular key. Okay, now let's try to print this particular dictionary over here. So you see that John is deleted. John key is deleted. Other than this, what you can do is, this was simple, I mean just 3 separate elements. What you can do is you can use 2 separate lists as well. For example, now here I will create another dictionary which is called salary, and in that I'm going to create 2 keys. For first one is employee, and then the second one I'll create is salary. Okay, sal is abbreviation for salary, and in that what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the list of employees and list of salaries, and where I'm going to copy that I have already written over here. Yes, that's I'm going to copy from here only. Okay, I'll just copy it from here, and I'll come back over here and just do for a temporary time, I'll just copy it from here and just put it inside this. Okay, but the problem is here we need to put each of these things in form of character. Okay, in quotation we need to put all of these things. Okay, now here we need to put all of this salary. Here we go, and here your dictionary is created, salary. Now let's try to print salary. Here we go, right? So here we have that particular thing. Here we have the salary created for each of the elements, right? So this is how you can create the dictionary, and you can slice and dice, and you can do the remove and add of everything. I just hope that it was clear to you. Just in case if you have any doubt, do not hesitate to put that into the comment section. And these were the basic knowledge about each of these data types and each of these sequences. As we progress in the video, we will learn all of these things in detail as and when it is required. Operators are. So when it comes to this, in a layman term, we can say it's an instruction to Python which says what sort of operation to perform on the provided input. Let's understand these things with the help of examples. So here we are in Jupyter notebook, and all the operators which we have in Python are categorized in these 7 segments. Let's try to understand each of them one by one. Let's understand you have this number 9 and you have this number 8. If you just simply give this input to Python, it will not understand what exactly needs to be done, and it just throws an error. So you're gonna give an instruction, you're gonna tell Python to perform this sort of operation. What sort of operation you want Python to perform? You want Python to add these two things. So simply you say 9 plus 8 equals to 17, right? Similarly, what you're gonna do is, if you want to concatenate two strings, let's say Sam plus ir, okay, so it produces Samir. Okay, so this is how the arithmetic operators of works. So you see, in case of a string, this is just working as a concatenation. So I just showed you for the example purpose. You don't have to it doesn't actually comes in arithmetic operations. Okay, so what comes in arithmetic operations, let's say you have the value 9, and if you want to divide it by 2 and want to get what remainder is, then what you're gonna do is, here you're gonna use modulus operator. This will give you the remainder. Now if you want to get the quotient after dividing 9 with 2, then you're gonna get this thing. If you want to get the rounded quotient, right, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna use forward slash twice, right? So this is what you get. Now if you want to raise this to power 2, then what we're gonna do is 9 exponent 2. So when you use double asterisk, that works as power, what you say, exponent. Okay, now what else do we have? I believe I covered all of these exponents. Whatever is left, I encourage you to, sorry, not exponent, the arithmetic operators. So whatever is left, I encourage you to go ahead and try it yourself. And just in case if you face any issue, don't hesitate to put that into the comment section. Moving forward, let's talk about the assignment operators, right? Let's say we just write 8 and the number 9, and we wanted Python to perform the addition on this. So we did this thing. Other than this, what you can do is you can say x equals to 8, and the other number which you can assign is y equals to 9, and then what you can do is x plus 9. So I hope you understood, right? Here what we are doing is, x is a variable, and in that we are assigning the value 8. So we are just storing it using the equals to sign, right? So equals to sign is used to store the value in a given variable, right? So that's where it's called the assignment operator, means we are assigning these two particular things. Okay, so now by looking at this, what you can see is x plus y equals to 17. You can simply say that rather doing x plus y, why do we need to do all these things? We can simply say 8 plus 9, right? That makes sense. What you're saying is absolutely right. But what if you have a list of values, for example, something like this, right? Something like this. Now you see, okay, just one small change which I need to make, that is, instead of full stop or decimal, we need to use comma, right? So this is the list which you have. Now if you have to perform certain action on this particular list, for example, you want to double it up, so again you will have to type this particular thing, right? For example, if you have this and you want to double it up, or double it up, then you got to type that thing. So instead of that, that will be of course a time consuming activity. So what you can do is we can simply assign this thing into x, inside x, and now what we can do is whatever action we want to perform on a particular list, we can simply do that on x, and here you're gonna, okay, I just need to hit enter. Now you get this, you see the list is doubled up. Okay, now if you want to slice and dice a list, that you can also do very simply. Okay, it's pretty simple to do that over here. Okay, let's see what is the wrong. Okay, that is out of range because here we have only 4 elements. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say 2. So now you see you get the result. So this is how we use the assignment operator. So equals to sign simply assigns the value. For example, you see x equals to 8, right? And now you want to keep on increasing by x's values. So for example, x equals to 8. If you print, okay, so again I need to just assign this value because as of now the assigned value is a list. Right now I just changed that. Okay, now x has the value 8. What if I want to increase it by 8 again? So for that I will have to do plus 8, so you get 6. Now if you hit enter, other than what could be the other way of doing this, you can simply say x plus x, then again you get 16. But what if you want to keep on increasing, right? First, let's say first you got, what you got is initially you had the value 8, then when you increase this is become 16. Now you want to keep it increasing by the x value, whatever value is recently available in x. So at the first place the value which was available was 8, now the value which is available by is 16. Now you want to increase it by 16, so the resulting value which you require is 32. Then you want to make it 40 or no, 64, right? Because 32 is doubled up to 64. So if you want to do keep on increasing this way, what is it that you're gonna do? If you do this, it's not going to increase, right? So you simply need to do is x x plus equals to x, right? So what we're gonna do is first we are assigning, okay, let me just reset the value first. Okay, now x has the value 8, so we are saying whatever value is recently available in x, add the same value into it again, right? So here now we need to keep on printing this. Okay, so here what we're gonna get is 32, because okay, you might get confused. So for that, x equals to 8. Now if you print it here, you're gonna get 16 because in x the value which we had was 8, and what we asked Python to do is add the same value. Now if you hit enter again, then it becomes 32 because recently it had the value 16 and we asked to add x again, then it becomes 32. You can similarly keep on increasing. So this was through addition. If you want to increase it by doubling it up, you can just do that as well. So for that, let me make it simple, and over here what we can do is x multiplication equals to x. So what we get is 4, then again 16. Every time it is doubling up. Okay, you see this is how the value is getting doubled up. So there are all these sort of increments. This will be more helpful when we start working on loops. As of now this might not be making much sense to you, but when we start working on loops, then this will make more sense. Okay, moving forward, I just hope that it was clear to you. If yes, then give a thumbs up. If no, then write in the comment section. Now moving forward, it comes on the comparison operators. So what happens in comparison? Actually we try to compare two values. Okay, so here in assignment, I just, before moving forward, I'll just tell you one thing. X equals to 9. If you want to create multiple variables, what do you say? X equals to 9, y equals to 6, and so on, right? So this is how it assigns the value. The other way is what you can do is you can simply say x comma y equals to 8 comma 4. So 8 will be assigned to x and 4 will be assigned to y. You want to try that? Just see this, right? X is printed to 8, and now if you try for y, you're gonna get 4. So this is how you can do the assignment. I mean, make the assignment pretty simple. Okay, now moving forward, it comes to comparison. If you want to compare this, so here x and y we have created. Now if you want to compare this, whether both of these two things are equals to or not, both of these two things are same or not. So for that, what you're going to do is you're going to use x equals y. So you see here I use double equals to sign, right? Why? Because if you use one equals to sign, then it will become assignment operator. So if you want to compare this, then you got to use the equals to sign twice. Okay, now if you hit enter, it says false because of course x is not equals to y. So that's why it is saying false. Now we want to test this way, x greater than y. It says true because yes, x has 8 and y has 4. So this is how the comparison operator is working. For example, you say what if we want to say that x not equals to y, then for that what are you going to say, x and this exclamation sign. This you can find on the keyboard on number key, sorry, number key 1. You can press that key with shift, right? This is the note of exclamation, and then you use equals to sign and then say y. So it says true because x not equals to y, right? So exclamation and 1 equals to sign together calls not equals to. So I just hope that it is clear to you. Just in case if not, then write that into the comment section. I highly encourage you to go ahead and try all these remaining comparison operators. These are very simple, but just for fun you can try that, okay? Just for learning, you can learn that with fun. Okay, now it comes to logical operators, right? So here we say x equals to 8 and 4, sorry, y equals to 4. Let's say what logical operators does. X equals to, I'm saying x equals to y, it says false. I am saying I want to compare two ways, right? Let me make another one more variable, okay? Here I'll create one more variable which is called z, and here I'll give the value 3. Okay, now if you come over here, I say x equals to y and x equals to z, right? So you get false because both of these two statements are not correct, right? So what if I give the value 8 again? Okay, let me just change this value to 8. We are still getting false because x is not equals to y and x equals to z, but x equals to z, but still you are getting false because whenever you are using and logical operator, and if either of the two statements are false, then the result which you get is false. I just hope that it is clear. Both of these two statements, one statement is right, this one is right, so ideally you should get true, because if you remove this particular thing and if you hit enter, then you are going to get true. But because here we are using two statements and one of them are wrong, so this gives you the false result output as false. So this is the condition with and. If you are using or instead of that, then if either of these two are true, then it is going to give you true. If you are using and both of these two are true, then what will happen? Let's try that. Okay, here we're gonna say not equals to, so x equals to y, and we are saying x not equals, sorry, we say y equals to z, sorry, here x, we are saying x equals to y, or we are saying y equals to z. Both of these two statements are false, so it's gonna give you false. We're gonna say x not equals to y and y not equals to z, then it's gonna give true. We are saying that x is not equals to y and y is also not equals to z, right? So it gives you the result true. And same you will get in case of or also, because both of these two statements are true. So difference between and or is, if when you are using and either of the two statements are false, then the output will be false. If you are using or, then if either of the two statements are true, then you'll get true. If both of those two statements are true, then you are going to get true in both of the two cases. If both of these statements are false in either of these two logical operators, then you are going to get the output as false. Okay, now if you talk about not, what will happen if you use not with this? So you see the result, you are getting false, right? Because whatever we are saying, right, x not equals to y and y not equals to z, or y not equals to z, then Python also says yes, whatever you are saying is false. Okay, so this is how the not operator works. Now moving forward, here it comes the identity operator. What identity operator does is, it is little similar to logical operator. So what we're gonna say is x is y, the result which we are getting is false. We are saying x is y, just like John is Bond, right? John is not Bond, so that's what he is saying. Let's say John is also a doctor and Bond is also a doctor. So if you say here x is z, so then you are going to get true, right? So this is how this identity operates. It simply checks the identity. Now if you say is not, then it's gonna give you false. We are saying x is not z. No, that's not true. That's why Python is saying false. So if you say x is not y, then again we are going to get true, because x is of course not y. Here you see the value for x and y are different. I just hope that it is also clear to you. Just try it yourself and then only you will be able to understand. Otherwise, I'll keep the complete story, but you won't understand anything. Okay. Now here it says membership operators. Let me create a member list. Okay. So possibly if you are someone who is fitness freak, or maybe someone who is very conscious about fitness, then what you do is you join a gym, right? You join a gym, and when you go in gym you get a registration number. Let's consider all these things are registration number in the provided in the gym, right? Now here x comes, his registration number is 88. Now you want to check whether x is the member of gym or not. So how are you going to check that? So you can simply say x in gym is x in gym. So the result which you get is false. That means no, x is not a member of gym. So what we can show, x not in gym, then you get true. Yes, x is not in gym. Now if you just change the value of x and make it 55, and then if you see here it is becoming false, because x value is 55 and we are saying x is not in gym, which is wrong. X is in gym. So you, what are you gonna say, x in gym, and the result which you get is true. That means x is the member of gym, right? So I just hope that this operator is also clear to you. Next is bitwise operator. This is something related to, binaries, right? So if you have knowledge of binary, then it is going to be very helpful to you, right? As of now I'm not going to cover this. Later on, if else, what does this mean? This means, and why do we use this? So we simply use this thing to produce the output basis on certain conditions, right? Okay, this is not clear, right? So let me take you to the Jupyter notebook and try to explain this with the help of an example. Okay, so here we are in the Jupyter notebook. Let's say you are working in the HR department, and where they decide to segment the ratings which employees are getting from the client, right? So for example, if employee gets a rating of 5, then they want to say excellent. If not, then they simply want to say poor. So this is the condition which they want to use for now. Okay, now they want you to create a system where they simply enter the rating and they get the, which produces the output which simply says that whether that is excellent or poor. Okay, so this is pretty simple. How you gonna say, I mean, when you talk in plain English, all that you say is if it is, if the rating is 5, then the segment is excellent. Okay, if not, then it is poor. So in the same way you're gonna write this thing. You simply say if, all right, first let me create a variable for rating, and here I am going to assign a value 5. Now here this is created. Now I'm simply going to say if rating equals to, if you have not seen the previous videos which is based on Python operators, I strongly recommend you to go ahead and check that particular video. Link is given in the description section about this thing, right? So that you will understand all these operators. Okay, here if rating equals to 5, then I want to produce the output as excellent. Don't worry about the alignments of the syntax. I'll just explain in a moment. Okay, now if you just hit enter, the output which you get is excellent. And what if the output, what if the rating is not equals to 5? Then what is it that you're gonna get? Nothing is coming out, right? So this next thing which you need to do is specify, if the condition, specify an output if the condition is not true. Over here, if it is 5, then the condition is true and output which you get is excellent. What if the condition is not true? Then for that you're gonna say else, and the output which you want to print is poor. Okay, now because you see over here the rating is 2, and if you hit enter, then you get poor because the rating is not equals to 5.
Now, this could be little rude because if the employee doesn't manage to get rating 5, then you are saying simply poor. That doesn't sound good. So HR comes up with a solution, and they come up with this particular segment. If 5, then excellent. If anything less than 5 and greater than 3, then it is not just meeting to the expectation. If it is below 3, then it is not meeting to the expectation, right? So here see, you see the rating is 2, which is below 3. That means the output should come not meeting to the expectation. How you can craft that particular thing in this? How can you include that? For that, all that you need to do is use if. If is nothing, it simply says else if, which is an alternate of if, right? If is the first statement and if will come after that to create the another statements on top of that. Okay, so what you're gonna do is if colon and hit enter. In that, you're gonna write what is the output that you want to produce. So the output which I want to produce is simple mate expectation. All right, but there must be a condition. What is the condition that we need to put over here? The condition we want to put is if rating is greater than or equals to 3 and rating is less than 5. Okay, if the rating is greater than or equals to 3 and rating is less than 5, what does this mean? If the rating is between 3 to 5, I mean 3 to less than 5, not exactly 5. If 5, then it is excellent. Okay, so now if you modify your conditions according to this, and now when you hit enter, what you get is still poor because 2. So here I just need to modify this particular thing over here. Once I modify this particular thing and then you hit enter, here it produces the not met the expectation. Now let's change the value over here. Let's say 3.5. so what do you think what the output is going to come? See, met expectation, because this is coming between 3 to 5. Now if you simply say 5, the output which will come is excellent. Let's try to understand the syntax writing over here. Here at one side I'll be explaining syntax, and at the right side I'll be explaining example along with that, right? Now here we start with if. Syntax is started with if, then if we put our condition, which is in our case was rating equals to 5, right? I'll just show you, and then we put the colon. Let's see the example. We are starting with if, and the condition which we have is it should be rating equals to 5, and then we put the colon. Then in syntax part, we again gonna see that when we hit enter, by default Jupyter notebooks take a space of 1 tab. If we are working in core Python IDLE, right, then over there you can simply press spacebar 4 times, or you can press tab once, right? And after that you need to put the value which you want to produce if the condition is true. So here in our example we want to say excellent performance, or simply excellent. Okay, now what if the condition is not true? Then in that case we're gonna use else followed by a colon, and then again you hit enter and you write the output which you want to produce in case the condition is false. But this should also be followed by 1 tab space. If you are missing on this particular thing, then the Python will not give you the correct output. It will simply throw an error. Now let's have a look at our example. Here we simply gonna say else colon and hit enter, followed by a tab. By default Jupyter will take 1 tab, and then over here you can simply write whatever you want to produce. Now when we come up with the with intermediary situation, which was if, in that case we want to modify the syntax if, then clause and conditions, and decision if the condition is true, right? So simply we're gonna say rating greater than, if rating greater than equals to 3 and rating less than 5, then print met expectation. So this is how we modify our statements, right? And this is how we write our syntax. I just hope that it is clear to you. If yes, then press the thumbs up. If no, then write into the comment section. I'll try to solve this. Now let's understand the flow of this, how the flow works. So first it takes the input, then the input is evaluated over here, and then if the evaluation is true, then you get the output which is expected to come when the evaluation is true. If that is false, then it produces the output which is specified to come on false. Let's take an example. Here we say rating equals to 3.5, then it is evaluated whether the rating is between 3 and below 5. The answer is yes, it is in between this. Then what we're gonna get is met expectation. Another example, see, rating equals to 1, which will be evaluated over here, but that is not falling in this range. So what we're gonna do is not met expectation. Okay, all right. So over here, if you see, not meeting the expectation. All right, so this is how the flow works. Now let's get back to the Jupyter notebook again and see another examples. If you see over here, this is something which has been created, but this has little error into it. What is the error? So if you put 6 over here, what do you think, what's the output gonna come? Not meet the expectation. But 6 is something which is higher than 5, and if the employee is getting 6, how can he not meet the expectation? So what we do is, if whenever you are writing a flow in if or else, we should start with from the bottom part. Okay, so how we gonna write it, how we gonna write it? Okay, so we can start it with, let's say, if rating less than or equals to, less than or equals to what? Yeah, come on, go on. Less than or equals to 3, then what we're gonna say is print not made. We are simply reversing it, nothing else. Not made expectation. Okay, now next one which we're gonna say is elif rating, the next part we're gonna keep same. Here it is. Okay, we are going to keep it same. It's just we need to put certain space over here. Okay, and then we're gonna print meet expectation. This is what we want to print over here. All right, now else what we want to say is, because if it is nothing from this, then it is simply excellent. Whatever will come, that will always be above 5, right? Because below, whatever you get below 3, that is not meeting to the expectation. So whatever is left, because there cannot be any number which is I mean not less than 5, I mean which is less than 5, because for numbers less than 5 we have already given the conditions. So simply we can say print excellent. All right, now you see over here the rating value was 6 and we simply did is excellent. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll simply just copy this particular thing over here to make it simple, and what I'm going to do is 1, and you see here it is getting not met expectation. If you put 7 over here, what you get is excellent. If you get 3.5, 3.6, let's say for that matter, here it is meeting to the expectation. So this is how if and else is designed. So keep in mind, this was a very basic example and you can make it as complicated as you want, but first thing is, this is foundational example, right? So just understand this on the best level. If you have any confusion, put that into the comment section. If it is clear to you, then you can make it as complex as you want. You can simply put the things, problem statement in the comment section. I'll explain you how can you make that more complex. Okay, now there is another way. There is shorthand to do this thing, right? There is always a shortcut. Okay, so for that matter, if you take this example, okay, here I have written it already, but I'm just going to hide that and I'll write it over here. So let's consider that we have to write this thing only. So in shorthand, what we're gonna do is we start with writing the result first. Here we first write the condition and then the result, but in shorthand we write the result first. So first thing which we're gonna write is this: print not met expectation if this particular thing. Okay, if this is the thing, then print this one. So we are starting with result first. Elif, okay, so here else, if is not required, we can simply say another if condition. Okay, we can simply say print this if rating is this. Then again we can say print no exclamation, no punctuation is required. Print this made expectation, simple, made expectation when if rating is between this particular thing, right? Else you simply print excellent. So this is the shorthand to write the if else statement. You see, and just hit enter. Okay, there is something wrong. Here we say print this if rating is equals to this, and print what is wrong. Let's take a reference from here. Okay, else is required, we can say else over here, right? L if is not required, but else we will be using else, right? So okay, not here but over here we will say else. Still this is wrong. What is wrong with this? Let me just figure it out for you. Okay, I was behaving like a kid, right? So it's gonna come over here, right? So you see, print this statement if rating equals to if rating equals to this, else print this if rating equals to this, and this, I mean between this and this, else print this. Now you hit enter, you get met expectation. Okay, now you change the value to 6, right? And you hit enter. Here it says excellent. Okay, so in shorthand, what you're going to do simply is you start with writing the first output. It's going to be exactly same. It's just we are starting with output first, and here we are starting with condition first. So here we are first writing the output, then we are saying when to produce this output, when rating less than equals to 3, else print met expectation if rating is in the range of 3 to less than 5, else at the end you simply print excellent. So I just hope that it was clear to you, and if yes, then press the thumbs up and write into the comment section. If no, then write your doubt into the comment section. Loops. So when the word loops we hear, what exactly this means? This means nothing but just in simple terms we can say that it's an instruction to Python to continue the action until instructed to stop. Means using loops, you simply tell Python that you continue the given task till the time we ask you to stop. And how do you ask it to stop? By providing a condition. Now when it comes to loop, there are two types. In general, there are two types of loops we have in Python. One is while loop, the other one is for loop. So what is the difference? The main distinction is, in general, the main distinction is in while loop, first you provide the stoppage point. That means first you have to tell Python that what is the point where it has to stop working, and then when Python reaches to that point, till the time Python reaches to that point, what is the action that it has to take. Now when it comes to for loop, here you in general you do not provide the stoppage point. What you provide is simple action, and Python takes the stoppage point basis on the supplied input data. So this was the difference between while loop and for loop. Now we will understand, we will focus on while loop. So as we just saw that while loop required two things, stoppage point and action. So here it simply continues the action till the given condition is true. Now let's understand this particular thing with the help of an example. So here I am in Jupyter Notebook. Now let's say if I ask you to write the counting table, or maybe simply table for 2, how you can write that? So for that, if you have seen the previous videos where I covered operators, so you can simply say x equals to 2. Here you are assigning the value for x, and then over here what you can do is you can keep on increasing x by 2. So you just execute this particular thing and you come over here and you keep on increasing and printing that. But the problem over here is, okay, so let's start it again, and then over here it is starting with 4 because here it already gets x and this is increasing by 2. So if you want to make it correct, so you start it with 0 and then keep on increasing. So now for that, to write the table, you have to hit enter every time, then it will complete the 2 ka table. It will complete the 2 table of 2. Okay, but it will keep on increasing. There is no stoppage point, and this is manual thing. You cannot sit and keep on hitting the enter. So what is the automatic way? The automatic way is you simply provide the value for x and you say while x while x less than 21, right? So what we are doing is general, I mean in general I'm saying to table for two stoppage or ends at 20, right? So I'm just going to provide the value greater than 20, and I'm saying Python stop when the value for x till okay, so I'm saying Python to stop the execution when the value for x becomes 21 or more than that, equals to 21 or more than that. And at this, that means at the same time I'm saying continue the work till the time x value inside x is less than 21. Okay, so this is what simply I'm telling it, telling to the Python, right? So this is the condition part. Now what is the action that we want Python to take? We want Python to print the value for x. Now it will print the value for x when it starts, but at the same time we need to keep on increasing the value of x. If we don't increase, this will run forever, right? So now when you do this, here you see the table automatically printed 2 4 6 8 10 12 and so on, right? So this is how you can use while loop to write a sequence, right? Perform a work in a sequence, right? So this, I just hope that while condition was clear to you. It is very simple. Here in x we are assigning a value 2, and here we are just evaluating the value of x. When we start in the first term, the value for x will be 2, which is less than 21, then it will print x, and over here it will increase the value of x. Now in the second round, when it comes over here, the value for x will be 4, but that is still less than 21, then again it will print 4. Okay, it will print the value of x till it will continue till the time the value of x reaches to 21, or till the time the value for x is less than 21. Okay, now there comes the another condition. For some reason, let's consider that when you are writing this particular table, you want to break this the moment it reaches to the point where the x value for x is 10, right? So on that point you just want to stop it, right? So what I'll do is I'll write this simple thing. I'll just write this thing simply, right? And in between what I'll say is, if x equals to 10, then break. So what will happen? Let's try to run this particular thing. So you see everything is same, is just what we are doing is after print statement we are evaluating if x value equals to 10, then we are simply saying do not do the increment. That's it. So if you see over here, this is 10, and at this point it is ending. So for better understanding, what I'll do is I'll come out of the loop, and over here I'll write print end of loop. So when you do that, so just after 10 the loop is ending over here. Now this is the condition, break condition, using which you can break a loop in between when wherever it meets to a certain condition. Now there could be a situation where you want to evaluate this particular value where x equals to 10, but you simply do not want to stop the loop, rather you want to skip that particular value. So how you gonna do that? So for that you're gonna play it little smart. How we can do that? Okay, let me write it like this. While x less than 21, then this time we will first do the increment, okay, and then we will do the printing, print x. Now if you see over here what is happening, okay, let me just reassign the value for x equals to 2, right? So if you see over here, it is starting from 4 and it is going till 22. I'll cover this thing in some time, right? But for now you see, focus on this particular thing, right? So this is just what it is doing. It is starting from 2, increasing the value and then printing it. Okay, now what we said is we wanted to check the value for 10, check the value for x wherever it is 10, just skip that and print the other one. Okay, so what we can say is if x equals to 10, then this time just continue. So if you do this, in the output what you're gonna see is 4 6, 8, and the value 10 is not printed, but the loop continued till the time x was less than 21. Now there are two things which you might notice. Over here you can say that it is not starting from 2. Why is that so? Let's try to understand. So this patch was started. Initially the value inside x was assigned as 2. It came to this loop, it evaluated the value for x, which was 2, which was less than 21. The condition went true. But the moment it entered to the for loop, at the first place itself you increased its value. So from here it came with value 2, but the moment it reaches over here, its value was increased by 2, which means 4. So if you just for a moment, if you just ignore this thing, right, so it became 4 and you just simply print it over here. So that's why it is starting from 4. I just hope that it is clear. Now let's understand why it is not stopping at 20 and going to 22. Okay, again the same thing, it keep on starting, and the moment when x's value was 20, it evaluated, that was still less than 21, but at the same time, the moment it entered into the loop, the value for x was increased by 2 and then it was printed. So that's why it is 22. Means when it was evaluating over here, the value was 20, but when it moved forward, the value became 22. Right, so I just hope that it is clear. Now what is the difference between continue and break? If you see over here, so I'll give you a representation over here. Okay, I'll just give you the presentation over here. So before we jump forward, let me explain it over here. Let me explain the while loop once again. So here the definition says continue the x until given condition is true. So what is the condition that we gave? We gave the condition while x less than 21, right? And what is the action we wanted it to continue? Keep on printing x and keep on increasing the value of x by 2 till the time x reaches to 21. So this is how we executed the while loop. Moving forward, here you see, here I have kept both of the two statements, break and continue, in parallel so that you could do a comparison, though the values are different, but here I have just kept it for comparison. Now let's try to understand. Here it is completely syntaxical thing, right? It doesn't have the real value. What happens in break statement? So the moment it reaches to the break, it jumps to the end of statement, right? But in continue, the moment the loop reaches to the continue statement, it again reset the loop to while condition. It again jump back to the while condition. So this is the difference. In break statement, when you reach to the break, that is going to the end of a statement, but in continue it is going back to the while condition. So that's why in while condition it simply skips that value but continues the loop, and in break statement it simply stop the loop at the same point. So I just hope that it was clear to you. Just in case if you have any doubt, do not hesitate to put that into the comment section. I'll definitely try to solve your problem and comment reply. For loop. Now before I start, let me tell you one story. Let's see here you have a group of musicians and you're gonna welcome them by gifting a bouquet to each of them. So what you do is you start giving a bouquet to each of the musicians. Now there are two things. One, you have group of musicians, and then you have one action which you are performing on each of the musicians. So, and after doing that you see this particular result. That's what called the for loop. In for loop what happens, you would have been given a group or a sequence or a list, that is subjective, we will see later, and then you will be given a action, and what you need to do is perform given action on each member in a given group. That's what called the for loop. Now let me take you to the Python and try to explain it to you with the practical examples. So here we are in Python, and what I'm going to do is, here we have the group of musicians created, and now we need to give bouquet to each of these musicians. How are we going to do that? For that, all that you need to do is write for, and then you can use any word or letter over here. I'm going to say x in musicians, and then you're gonna, so this is the instruction. Now you're gonna give the instruction to perform the action. What sort of action you want to perform? Then we want to give a bouquet to each of the musician. So for that, what we're gonna do is print x plus, what is it that we want to print? Bouquet. All right, now if you do this, so what you get is this. See, each of the musician got the bouquet. So you see how simple is it. So in for loop, what we do is we simply iterate the action on each of the member in a given group. Let me try to explain it to you with the help of graphics. So here you see we have been given group of musician, and here we have the x, and here we have the x for action. Okay, now for loop starts on the first element in the given group. So for first element is John. So what happens here? It reads John and then it prints John plus bouquet, means simply concatenating bouquet with John, and then here you get this output. Same thing happens with next element, which is Lucy. Now this time value for x will be Lucy, and then the final result will be printed. Same thing happens for D. This time the value for x is D and the final result is printed over here. This continues till the time it finds element in the given group. The moment it doesn't find any element, it stops over there. I just hope that it was clear. So this is how the for loop works. Now there is a case using which you can stop it. You can say a for loop to stop on a given point or continue leaving that given point. For example, we want to perform this same action, but what we want is the moment it gets D, the musician D, I want it to stop, right? So here we're gonna say for x in musician, print x plus bouquet, means give bouquet to each of the musician, but when it get, if x equals to, the moment it gets D, I want it to stop, break. Let's see this. So what happens? You see, it started the iteration, it performed the action for each of the member who were coming before D or till D, and then the moment it gets D, it just stops. But there could be a case when you just want to stop it before D. The moment it gets D, you just want it to stop and do not print this particular thing. Okay, so in that situation, what you're gonna do is just put this statement before the print statement. Okay, now you're gonna be very much careful about the indentation. Okay, so let me just for simplicity, let me create another example for this thing. Okay, what we're gonna do is for x in musicians, we want to check first if x equals to D, then what we want is, tell me quickly what we want over here. We just want to break the loop, right? Else we want to keep on print x plus bouquet. I'll just copy this. Please check if the spelling is correct or not. Okay, so now what do you think? Is it going to work? Let's see. Ooh, it didn't work. X is an invalid argument for print. So let's see why is it giving the error. Okay, so what we do is, let's try to write it again. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let me just delete this thing and I'm going to write for x in musicians. All right, and then I want to say if x equals to D, then what you do is just break this, else just print x plus, what we can type is bouquet, bouquet, bouquet. let's print this. Now if you see, the D is not printed. Okay, in the previous example D was printed. So here we said that keep on printing, and the moment you get D, print that, but just stop it. Okay, after that stop it. Here we are saying the moment you get D, just stop that right there, don't even print the D. All right, so the only difference is here we are putting the evaluating the condition first and then breaking, and here we are printing the condition, printing the result, then evaluating and breaking. Okay, now there is another statement. What if I want to just skip the musician D, but I want to give the bouquet to rest of the musicians? So for that, what we can do is, let me just type for X in musicians, and I'm going to say if X equals to D, then simply continue. Sorry, here I'm going to say continue and keep on printing. What is it that we want to print? This particular patch. Okay, this thing we will just print it over here. So if you see over here, each of the musicians have been given a bouquet but not the D. So this is how you can use break and continue statement in the for loop, and it's a very effective and interesting thing to use in Python. Now you must be thinking, what is the use case of this thing? So for that, I strongly recommend you to check out this video of mine. So you see, this is the list. I'll give the link of this playlist in the description section, and in that particular video, check out this one particular list, check out this particular video, and in that what you can do is you can directly jump to 9:05 minutes. Okay, and you can see what is the use case of this particular thing and functions in Python. Let's consider you have been given a list of all these values which refers to a salary, and now if you are asked to add all these together, okay, how are you gonna do that? Is there a way? So if you have seen my previous video on for loop, then you can do it easily, right? How can you do that? First, you need to create a variable summation. All right, here I'm creating a dummy variable, and then what you're gonna do is write a for loop for I in salary. The list name is salary. Okay, so here comes the salary, and then put a colon and then hit enter, and over here what I gonna say is summations. All right, and then equals to summation plus I. All right, and then what I want is I want to print this, print summation. Now let's hit enter. Here you got 366. So it added this particular thing. Now this was the case when I had only given you just one list and you did it pretty well. Now what if I just throw this couple of more lists to you? Again, you're gonna write all these things again and again, right? And you're gonna be fed up with my walks, right? So is there a shortcut? Is there a way to repeat this task again and again, just changing the list? By just changing the list, you simply change the list name or simply change the value, and you keep on getting the sum. Is there a way of doing that? The answer is yes. So this is where function come into the picture. What functions are? So over here, the definition said functions are set of defined instructions to perform a specific task. So in function, when you create a function, what you do is you just define certain operations that you have to do these things. So you just trained a function. Now once that particular thing is trained, whenever you have another input, you can provide that input to this function, and it will give the same it will perform the same instruction, same task on that particular thing, and it will give you the result, right? I'll explain you with the help of examples. Now, how do we create a function? To create a function, first thing you're gonna do is start with writing def, D-E-F. Def means defining. So this is default value, you're gonna write it always. Then you're gonna give a name to your function. It can be anything, your name, X, Y, Z, etc. Any kind of thing. And then you put the brackets, open and close bracket, and then you put a colon. Once this is complete, then you're going to hit enter, and then provide the instructions whatever you want this function to perform, all your instructions over here. Now, like I said previously, in Python you are always going to be careful about indentions. So whenever you put colon and hit enter, by default, if you are working in any IDE like Jupyter Notebook or anything else, by default it takes this indentation. But if you are working in default Python ideally, then you have to press spacebar 4 times or press tab key once, right? Okay, coming back over here, so here you're gonna put the instructions whatever you want this function to perform. So, but here you see we didn't provide any criteria to accept the input. So this can also be accepted, this is also acceptable. And the other way, if you want to make it more dynamic, then you can create another function like the same way, def function name, and here you can put your parameters, whatever parameter you want you can pass into this, and then put the colon and put your instructions over here. So these instructions will be performed on whatever values you are providing over here, parameters you are supplying over here. On that, all these instructions will be performed. Now let's jump back to the Jupyter Notebook and try to understand this with the help of an example. So here we are in Jupyter Notebook. Back in Jupyter Notebook, let's try to create a simple thing. Okay, first I'm going to print Learnerea. Okay, let's print this. Is it not printed? Because this was the string, right? So here you see Learnerea is printed. Now, is there a way that I don't have to type this thing again and again? I simply called anything and it is just, I simply say X and it just prints the Learnerea. Yes. So what you can do is write def and then function name. Function name I can say, print name. I can say print name. Okay, be careful when you're giving any name, it should not be any reserved words. Okay, and then what you can do is you just simply copy paste this instruction over here and hit enter. Oh, it did do anything. Why? Because when you are defining a function, so it involves two things. First, you define a function and then you need to call that also. So over here I'm going to call this thing print name. Now if you hit enter, this is going to print your name. What is the name? Learnerea. So let me just put this and then you see this is printed over here. So this is how this function works. Okay, so now let's create another one. The another one which we're gonna create is, let's say there is a number a, b, c. I'm creating 3 variables, let's say 5 5 4 4 3 3, and I want to add all these numbers together. What we can do is we can just say let's say def, and I'm saying giving a name summed up, and in that I'm going to put the parameters. Let's say you want to accept only 2 parameters, so you're gonna say x comma y. So you can write any name over here, right? Anything. It is not necessary that whatever you write over here it should be the same as the input which you are going to provide, right? And then after this, if you have not seen my video for operators, check out that over there. You'll see the assignment operators, how we use the assignments. Now over here what we're gonna do is we're gonna simply say summed up, summing equals to, this is a variable which I'm creating over here. Now here I'm saying summing equals to x plus y, right? Now you just hit enter. Again it didn't give any result because like I said, so first here you also have to say print, this is the summation which it is doing, and then you need to print this summing up. This is whatever you summed up, you need to print that also, but it is not producing the result. Why? Because you have to call this up, right? Summed up. Now if you see over here, there seem to be some certain issues. Just give me, okay, so here you're gonna supply the input as well, right? My mistake, I didn't provide the input. So here I just provide the input as a and b. A and b is not defined because I had not hit the enter. Now you see 99, 55 and 44 are added together, and here you get the result 99. So I just hope that it is clear. So this is how you define a function. Now let's get back to this actual one where we were struggling. And okay, before that let me show you one more thing. Now it just produced 99. If I want to store it in a variable, can I store that? Let's say why I want to store this in total. I want to create a variable total and I want to store that into this total. Right now if I print a tota, sorry, what is tota? Total. Okay, and now if I say total, is it printing something? No, it's not printing at all anything. Why? Now let's try to modify our function over here. Here I will just say return, and in return I want to say Python return the summing. Okay, and now if I do this, you see 99 is coming. So the moral of the story is, if you use print over here, that is just a print. You cannot store that. If you store that in any variable, that will not result you anything. So if you want to be on safer side, we should always use return over here. It's preferable to use return over here, so that if you want to store that in any other variable, you can store that and then you can use that in further uses, right? Now let's come back over here. Here we wanted to, you know, define this particular thing, so that whenever we need, we can simply, what we can do is we can change the list name and we would have this summation of that particular list, right? So what I'm doing is I'm just putting it over here. So let's try to create a function first over here. Here I'm going to say def sum list, and here I'm saying supply the lists over here. Okay, and then what I want to do is I want to define first summing or summation. This is the variable, in that I supply the value 0, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to say for I in lists, this list, what I need to do is summation equals to, again, summation, and then I want to add I into it, right? And then whatever comes in, I just want it to return the summation. At the end I want it to return the summation. Let's see, what do you think? Is it going to work? Oops, yeah, so it didn't give any error. Now let's try to call this particular thing. So this time I want to sum up the age. How can I do that? How do I add the all these ages, right? Let's try to do that. So for that I'm simply going to call this sum function, sum list. Okay, and in that I will supply age. Now you just hit enter. Here we go, right? So here we have the answer 252. So this is how the function works in Python. Now the next task for you is create a function to find average of heights, right? Whatever height is given over here, now you write a function to find the average of height and put that into the comment section. I'll check that and I'll reply Lambda. So before we proceed further with the practical examples, let's have a look at some unnecessary required lectures. Okay, so first point which comes is Lambda is nothing but it's a tiny version of function which we create using the def statement, which we covered in the last video. If you have not seen, the link is given in the description section. Do not miss that, because that's very important. Now the next thing about Lambda is it is nameless. We don't give any name, hence this is also called the anonymous function. Okay, because when we created function using def statement, we had to give a name for the function, but here we don't need to give any name. Next, it can accept multiple arguments but can accept only one expression. It cannot accept multiple expression like def statement. Okay, then it can be written in only one line. In def syntax we saw how we can write a function in multiple lines. There was no restriction, but here the restriction is you can write the things in only one line, not in multiple lines. Then the question comes in how to write the Lambda syntax. So for that, the first thing which you're gonna do is type Lambda, then put the argument, then put colon, and then put the expression. Let's have a look at the example. Lambda argument I'm going to give as a y, and then the colon, and then I'm going to put this expression. So the outcome which will come out of is whatever number you supply for the argument of y, that will be raised to power 3. Now let me take you to the Jupyter notebook and try to explain you with the practical examples. Okay, so here we are in Jupyter notebook. First, before we proceed further, let's have a look at comparative version of lambda and def statement. Okay, so let's say that we have two numbers a and b, and the numbers are 9 and 8. Okay, now we want to add these numbers. Let's try to create this with def statement. Def addition, right? And here we're gonna say the pass the argument x on y, and over here we can say return, and then here we can say return. What is it that we want to return? X plus y. We want to return x plus y. All right, now we have to call this thing first, right? So for that we're gonna call it addition, and in that the number which we want to use is a and b. So here we get the number 17. Now let's try doing this with the help of lambda. So for lambda, like I said, we're gonna start with, okay, so let's put it simple. Okay, so we're gonna say x comma y. This is the argument. Then we're gonna provide the expression. What is the expression that we want? X plus y. We want to add this, but they should be prefixed with, they should be used with lambda. So you see lambda is used. Now this is created, but you have to store this thing in a variable. So I can say something. Let's create a variable called something. This is created. Now if you have to use this particular thing, what we're gonna do is say something, and inside that you're gonna use a comma b, and now you see the function you get is 17. So the benefit is here you have to use multiple lines, a big statement, but here you can do that in a tiniest format, and that's just in one line. Okay, so this is the benefit of using lambda. So this was def versus lambda. Moving forward, it's anonymous. What does that mean? So lambda does not require any name. We just saw that here we stored it in a variable, so but that doesn't mean we are giving a function name over here. Let me show you with the help of an example. Let's see lambda, and over here what we're gonna do is, here I'm just going to put y and z. Okay, all right, sorry, here I'm gonna say y and z equals, not equals to, here we're gonna say colon, right? And what we're gonna say is y into z. Let's enclose this in a bracket. Now this is it, function is defined. Now if you want to use this, what you can do is you can just pass the value 5 comma 4. You see here, now you just hit enter. Here you got the result. So you see we didn't give any name to this particular function, but that is still doing the work. So that's why it is called anonymous. We don't necessarily need to give a name to a lambda function. Moving forward, multiple arguments but one expression. It can accept multiple argument but one expression. Let me try to give you one example. First, let's say, let me just do one thing. Let me just copy this syntax from here itself. Okay, and now what I'll do is I'll just come back over here and put it here. Okay, so here what we're gonna do is we are simply adding x plus y, and then the other thing which we can do is, let's say we can write multiple things. We can say x minus y, and we can say, sorry, we can say x minus y. We can also say return x into y, right? X into y, and a number of things we can say here. Okay, now if you call this addition, though the name is addition, but don't go by the name, and here I input the value a and b. If to recall it, in a and b we assign the value 9 and 8, if you can see over here. Now I'll come back over here over this, and now just hit control plus enter. Here you got 17. Why? Because the last one, the first one is x plus y, which is 9 plus 8, which is 17. Now you have to return another values as well, right? How we can return that? All right, so to get the result of all of these things, what we're gonna do is we just gonna change it a little bit. We're gonna say a equals, or let's say we're gonna say t equals to this, u equals to this, and v equals to this. All right, and now if you come over here, and also we're gonna say return a t comma u comma v. So we want to return all these three variables, right? So now if you come over here and if you hit enter, 17 1 72, so what it is doing, first it is adding 9 8 17, which is this, then 9 minus 8, it is 1, then 9 into 8, it is 72. All right, now let's try to do this using lambda. How can we do it using lambda? So for that you're gonna say lambda, and then you're gonna say x comma y, and you want to write multiple expressions. So the expressions which you want to use is x plus y, then x minus y, then x into y, and let's try to hit enter. It is giving you the error. So that means you cannot accept, it cannot accept multiple expression, but it can accept multiple arguments. So when I say arguments, that means whatever you have at the left side of column. So for example, if you want, you can say x y z, doesn't matter how many arguments. If you want, you can pass, right? But at the right hand side you can pass only one expression. Either you can do addition or subtraction or multiplication, whatever it is, but only one, right? So for example, I want to say x multiplied by y multiplied by z multiplied by z. Okay, now I gonna say sample, right? And I'm just storing it for time being. Okay, or if you don't want to do this, just enclose it in a bracket, and over here you just put number 9 comma 3 comma 4 and just hit enter. Here you got the answer. All right, so this is how we call it, this is why we call it, it can accept multiple arguments but one expression only. Okay, now moving forward, it can be written only in one line, right? So the way you just saw here, we wrote multiple lines in def statement, but here it is it can work in only one line. Let's try this. For example, let's try to hit enter. So you see this is behaving differently, right? It's not giving the result which we actually need. So that's why we say that it can be written only in one line. Now as we progress in this series of Python learning, we will see more practical example of this lambda thing, right? But for now, this is it. Map. Let me take you to Jupyter notebook and try to explain it with the help of an example. So here, let's say you have been given a list of salary. Consider that salary is in dollar and it's in thousands, right? So now if you have been asked to double up this salary, how are you going to do that? First thing you will do is create a blank list. Let's say new salary, and that's a blank list, and then you're gonna iterate through each of the item in this particular list. How? Like this. If you're not seeing the video on for loop, you can check out the video, link is given in the description section. For I in salary, you're gonna say for I in salary, and you're gonna create a new variable which is called new val, and in that you're gonna multiply I with 2, and then you're gonna append this in new salary dot append, and in that you're gonna append new val. All right, and then after that you would like to print a new salary. You see, it is doubled up, but it seemed to be a big task. Is there a way that we can minimize it? Yes, there is a way. So what we can do is we just create a blank list for function. We can create a function for this. What we can do is define, we can say double, and here we can supply the value, and whatever it is, we just want to say return, and in return what we want to return is a into 2. All right, every item we want to just multiply it with 2. What next? So in the next line, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use map function. Let's say map, and in this we're gonna use this particular function, right? So on function also I have created a separate video. You can check out that using the link given in the description section, right? So this is the function which we have been given, and here is the list on which we want to apply this. Now I want to store this in a variable, let's call new, right? And just hit enter. What happened? Nothing. Let's run. Oh, this is something which I don't understand, right? So how can we make it in a readable format? See, you got the result. So this is simpler than this. Here you don't have to use the for loop again and again, but still it looks to be a big task, right? First you are creating a function, then you are doing this over here. Okay, I'll just simplify this, but before that let me explain. Here is a new thing which we just used, right? So let me explain you what it exactly is, right? So here map is nothing but it is something which repeats a given task or function on each item in a given iterable, right? So till now we have used the loops to iterate through each item in a iterable, right? But here map does the same thing without using the loop. How do you write the syntax? So we write the syntax something like this. We start with saying map, it's, and then provide the function which you want to repeat on each of the item, and then provide the iterable. It's as simple as that. For example, you want to check the length of each item in a given iterable, so you're gonna start map and you're gonna say length. This is the function. You'll have to define this function, and then here you're gonna provide the iterables, right? And what it will do is, so if you see, this is the function and this is the iterable. So what it will do is it will apply this function on each of the item in this given iterable. So I just hope that it is clear to you. Now if you come over here, like I said, this still seems to be, though it simplified this task, but it still seemed to be a big work, I mean huge task, right? Is there a way to, you know, simplify it more? So yes, we're gonna use lambda function into that. Okay, so if you have not seen the lambda video, link is given in the description section, just check that out. Okay, so how are we gonna use that? First we're gonna say map, and then like I showed you here, first you need to provide the function and then the iterable. So the function which we want to use is lambda, and there are two arguments which we want to pass, right? What are those two arguments? Let's say x and y, and then you're gonna pass the expression, right? Or maybe let's say just we want to pass x only. Okay, and the expression will be x into 2. Okay, now this is your function. Before the comma, this is your function. After this you need to put your iterable, which is salary. Okay, this is done. Now you know that if once we run this, it will only return a object. So what we want to do is we want to put it in a readable format, so we're going to use list as well. So you see, it simplified your work. So this is the most simplified version of this task and this task. So this is how you see map function reduces the lines and helps you execute the things very quickly. Okay, execute the function very quickly. So its main task is to execute whatever you provide over here on each of the item given in this iterable. Okay, so I just hope that it is clear. Now let's take another example. For example, here I'm going to find the mean value of salary. So salary, np dot mean, np is nothing but the numpy library which I have imported at the beginning, right? You can also do that and you can follow the same thing. It just finds the mean, and here I'm going to find the mean of it. Okay, let's see this. So here we got the mean. Now next thing which we're gonna do is we're gonna find standard deviation for this salary. So for that you're gonna use np dot std, and then here I'm just going to use salary and just print the standard deviation. All that I'm trying to show you is I'm trying to give you a very practical example. How can you utilize this in your work? So here I'm just going to standardize a given population using z-score, right? So how can you do that? Okay, so now we have mean calculated and we have standard deviation calculated. Now we're going to standardize the salary using this. Now if you want to know what z-score is, how to standardize it, what is standard normal distribution, link is given in the description section, just check that out. It is very helpful in data science. Okay, now over here I'm going to standardize this thing. Okay, how can we do this? Simple, use map, and here I'm just going to use the lambda function. Sorry, here is the lambda. Now here I want to supply the list of values. Okay, and here I'm going to give the expression. What is the expression that I want to use? I want to use x minus mean, and I want to divide it by standard deviation. This is the formula to find the z-score, and here we want to find the z-score for each of the item. Okay, and now here I'm going to provide the list, and then I want to print this list. Okay, so just hit enter. Now here you got your values standardized. So if you want to draw a normal standard distribution basis on this, what you can do is you can just import seaborn, import seaborn as SNS. All right, it is imported. Now here what you're gonna do is you're gonna say SNS dot KDE plot. Oops, you're gonna just wait, it is importing, it's yet imported. Okay, now it is imported. Now what you're gonna do is KDE plot, and you just enclose this. Now here you got your things created. Okay, you see the mean is 0 and so on, right? So this is how you can use this thing, right? Now the next example which you're gonna see over here is how can you concatenate these two things. So the other feature of map function is you can provide as many iterables as you want, but the function has to be one. Okay, so again I'm going to use list, and then I'm going to use map. In that the expression will be lambda. I'm just going to use lambda, sorry. And here what I want is x comma y, and the expression which I want to use is x plus y, and then the list which I am going to provide is, you remember this entire thing is function, don't get confused with this comma. Now here I'm going to provide the first list which is nothing but the first name, and then second list which is nothing but the last name, and just hit enter. Now you see both of these two names are concatenated with each other. Now I just hope that you understood what map is. I've given you the enough example, at least what I think, right? Just in case if you have any doubt, put that into the comment section. I will highly encourage you to just try this thing, because if you don't try you won't learn it, right? Just try that. Now let's try to understand filter function with the help of questionnaire. What filter does? It applies. What it applies? It applies a given function. And where does it applies the given function? It applies on each item in a given sequence. Now what is sequence? The sequence is nothing but list, tuple, sets, etc. And then what happens, right? Then it returns the list of items wherever the condition was true. Let's try to frame this thing in one sentence. It says it applies the given function on each of the item in a given sequence and returns a filtered sequence of items wherever the condition was true. What is the syntax? The syntax is you write filter, open the bracket, then put the function, and then put the iterables. You can say function or condition. Let's take an example. I want to say filter all. Okay, apply this function first on this iterable, and wherever the length of each of the item is greater than 3, return me a list of that. Okay, so that's what I want over here. In the map we simply check the length of this thing, right? But in filter we are checking the length and we are getting the list of only those items where the length is greater than 3. This is the example. Okay, let me take you to the Jupyter notebook and try to explain you with the help of an example. So here we have, here I'm taking another example. Okay, what I showed you on the board, it's different from that. So here I have a list of salary. Now what I want is I want to find the list of salaries which are above mean and below mean, right? I want to create two lists out of this. How can I do that? For that, first thing which I'm gonna do is find the mean of this thing. All right, so for that I'm gonna use NumPy library, and with the help of that I found the mean value. I will just store it in a variable called mean. Now this is a store. Now all that I need to do is apply a function on each of the item in this list and get the list of that. Let's try to use map first. What happens if you have seen the video on map, then let's try to do that. And here I'm directly going to use the lambda function. I'm not going to explain that in a very scratch or very layman way, because that's something which I have explained in the previous video. Lambda x this is the argument, and then after that I'm going to put the expression. What is the expression that I want to check is wherever x is greater than mean. That's something which I want to return, right? First I want to check and then I want to return. Then what is the sequence on which I want to apply this salary? So if you do this, here you are getting true, false, true, false, true, false, etc., right? But we require a concrete list of all the salaries wherever the salary is above the mean. Let me print the mean first. So the mean is 51.125. We can take it 51.12. Okay, now let's find the list of all the salary which are greater than mean. How can we do that? So for that, all that you need to do is just apply the filter function. So here this comes filter, and you're gonna write lambda function for this. Oops, sorry, lambda, and here I'm going to say x where return me the list of x wherever it is greater than 3, sorry, not 3 but mean, wherever it is greater than mean, and then supply the sequence. The sequence is this. Now hit enter. This is happening. Now what I'm gonna do is I am just going to say list and then do this. Now here it is, right? If you want to store this in a variable, you can say above mean. Okay, and then you can print above mean, and then you see. Now whenever needed you can use this thing, right? Now I want to create another variable which is called below mean, and in that what I want to do is I want to create and put a list of all the items wherever the salary is less than its mean. Okay, now filter lambda, oops, the x, and x is wherever this x is less than mean, then I want to have that list. Okay, now if you put this and you print below mean, then you got the list. Okay, so you see over here what it does is filter first applies the function or condition on the given sequence and then gives you a list of all those items wherever the condition was true. So this is how it helps you, okay, to filter from a sequence or list. I just hope that it was clear to you. Just in case of any doubt, put that into the comment section. I'll definitely try to help you out. Classes in Python. So Python is an object oriented language, and in that we have to learn classes. So let's have a look at Wikipedia. What does Wikipedia says? As per Wikipedia, a class in any object oriented programming language. Let's understand this. In object oriented programming, a class is an extensible program code template for creating objects, providing initial values for state and implementation of behavior, etc., 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 etc. So this all, if these all are sounding very scary to you, don't worry, just hold on with this video, just stay tuned with this video. I'm going to make it very simple. Let's talk about in context of Python only, right? So in context of Python, let me take an example from the real life. Let's say you got married and you made a baby. So this baby is nothing but a class. This baby grew up and you taught her and you taught numbers to her. So this teaching will be referred as properties. Now after teaching the numbers, so like this you can add many properties to her, like you can teach her dancing, singing, etc., 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 right? So those all will be referred as properties. Now then after teaching this, you also explain the techniques to use these numbers like addition, subtraction, multiplication, etc., 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 and you explained all these things to her. These techniques are nothing but will be referred as method. So what we see is a class has a property and method. Whenever you use a method in certain circumstances, that's called the instances. So it's that simple. Class has properties, methods. Whatever features you add to the class, that's called as properties, and whatever techniques you define, that's called the method. And whenever you use a method in certain circumstances, that's gonna be called as instances. Now let's have a look at real example. Let's create a class in Python and try to understand that. So well, here we are in Python. Now I'm going to create all a new thing. Let me take you to another window. Here it is. Okay, now here in Jupyter Notebook I'm going to create a class, and in that I will explain you all these things which I just showed you. All right, so here we are. Now I will start with creating a class. So to create any class, all that you need to do is just simply say class, okay, and give a name to it. For example, I'm going to say it calculator, okay, and then put a colon over here and hit enter. So the moment when you hit enter, it comes over here. Now you're gonna define the properties, right? So for that you're gonna say diff, and this is the default thing which you're gonna use for now, right? And later on we will see what all are other things, right? So this is the init property, we can say, and in this you're gonna use self. This is the default thing with Python, right? So this I will explain you what it is exactly. Okay, this is nothing but just like a table you can consider, and then you provide here the other parameters, like let's say number 1, number 2. You will have to pass on these parameters whenever you are calling this thing. Okay, now you put this. Now because I said that self is nothing like a table, so in this table you are going to create the variables, and in this variable the value which you will pass is number 1. Whatever comes over here, that will be stored in num1. Then you're gonna create another variable which is nothing but num2. Remember, these are all the properties like dancing, maths, etc., right? And then you're gonna create over here number 2, right? So you're gonna store number 2 over here. Let me just quickly delete this thing. Okay, now once this is done, you are done with teaching the things to her. You are done. Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna create the methods. Now let's say def addition. All right, and in addition you're gonna all the things which are available in self table, you're gonna use that, right? So for that, after using that, you want to say return me num self dot num1 plus self dot num2. Similarly, you're going to create another method, def subtraction, and in that again you're going to use everything from self, and then again you're going to say this particular thing. I will use just copy and paste, and this time I want to say give me the difference of it. Then again you're going to use another method which is called multiplication, and in that also I'm going to use everything from this self, right? And then over here what I'm going to do is I'm just simply going to multiply this. Then the another one which I'm going to use is division, and in this also I'm going to use all these things from self. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide it. All right, so this is done. Now after creating this, all that we need to do is call any method out of this class and solve your problem. So what I'm going to do this time is, let's say I'm going to create an instance called add, and in that I'm going to call this function which is called addition, this method. Okay, so for that, first thing which I gonna do is call the class which is nothing but calculator. Okay, and out of this class, which method I want to call? I want to call addition. All right, and in this I want to supply the value 45 and let's say 5. So this is done. Okay, now oops, it seems like it just threw an error. Let's see what is the error. Okay, let me just do this. Here it says addition missing one requirement argument which is self. Why is that so? Let me just debug it. Alright, here I just made one mistake because here we are not doing anything, but here we are just creating an instance. So here we're gonna say calculator and just supply the number and then say 5. Alright, and then hit enter. Now add is the instance which has been created. On this, out of this instance, I just want to call addition, right? And just hit enter. Now you see these two numbers are added. Similarly, I want to call add dot let's say subtraction. subtraction is a method. Out of that, I'm just trying to call it. Okay, so this is how you can call any method which is available in this particular class. So this is going to be very helpful. Let's say if you have a list of functions, you can just create a class of that all those functions, right? And you can keep on calling any function whenever it is needed. Now if you want to understand this, I'll just give you a quick review of this thing, right? So let's say this is the function which you just created, and over here, if you understand this, this is your properties and this is your method, right? And over here, this self is nothing but a table, and in that you are adding all these features which will be nothing but called as variables. Now next thing which you see is these numbers are supplied and stored over here. So these are nothing but the values stored inside that. Okay, now so this is how you can just create a class and store numbers inside that. If you don't want to create this kind of instances, you can directly call this, right? Let's say calculator. Okay, and in this you supply the value, let's say 20, and you supplied another value which is called 10, and now on this I want to call the method multiplication. You just do this and here you got it, 20 to the 40. So I just hope that it was clear to you and it was simple. I tried to keep it simple. Just in case if you have any doubt, put that into the comment section. I will definitely try to get back to you. Inheritance in Python. What inheritance is? So like the name itself suggests, it's nothing but a technique of including the features or methods of previous classes or class into the current class. So all the previous classes will be referred as parent class and the current one will be referred as child class. So taking the features or methods from the previous class into the current one is called the inheritance. Now I'll explain this thing in very detail, connecting with the practical life. Before that, I would like to just tell you, if you have not seen this particular video which is about class, then it will be difficult for you to understand what inheritance is. So I strongly recommend you can search on on YouTube, Python for beginners in Learnerea, and then you can check out this 17th video in this particular playlist. If you want, you can also search just class in Python and Learnerea, and then the first video which you get is you can just watch that. Okay, now let's try. This is the syntax, this is the text which you have to put in the search box, and this is the video which you get. Now let's try to understand with the real life example. Let's consider that you worked hard, earned some money and managed to buy a car. Now car is your properties, so you are a current class and the property which you have is the car. Your parent in their time also worked hard, saved some money and bought a car. So this car is the property of your parents, but because it's the ancestral thing, so by default it is they are your parents, so by default this is inherited to you. I mean, this property is transferred to you. All right, or maybe we can say that you have access to these properties, right? So having access to the property of your parent is called the inheritance, right? That is simply being transferred to you. That's what called the inheritance. Now let's jump to the Python and try to understand this with practical example. Okay, so here we are in Python. This is a class which I have created. This particular class I have named as parent, and in this I have created 4 properties, or maybe features or methods, you can say it. Okay, so each of these for some sort of mathematical calculation, which is addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Now I'm going to create another class which will be called as class child, and in that I will create a method which is called find the mean, and in that I'm going to supply self and then lists. And here what I'll do is I'll just say mean equals to np dot sum of lists, or maybe we can, let's try lists, and then over here what we can do is we can say len of lists. So make sure you always type lists, not just list, because list is the reserved word. Okay, now after that what I want is I just want to return mean. This is done. So this particular class is created. Now let's try to create an object for this particular class. I will say obj equals to child. I'm just supplying child inside it. Okay, Now this particular thing is also created. What we're gonna do next is let's check out the properties which is available in this particular object. So if you hit tab, there is only one property or one method which is called find mean. Now if you have to find a mean, what you can do is you can supply a list of values, let's say this, and you hit enter. Here is the mean which you got. Now about the inheritance, so this is the child class which I just created. Now what I'll do is in this I'll put a parenthesis operator wherever I'm declaring the class name, and in that I will put the class name of the parent class, name of the parent class, and just hit enter. Now this time I will again try to create the object. Okay, let me just do it 1 second. So here I will again try to create the object, and in that also I will say child and this. Okay, now let's try to see object, what all are the features that this particular object have this time. So you see it has addition, division, find mean, multiplication, subtraction. So if you notice, find mean is the properties of child class and remaining all were the properties of parent class. So like you just saw that the properties of parent class has been transferred to child class as well. But if you go back and if you make an object of parent class and then you come over here and you try to check it, here you only see the 4 properties which are for parent only, but it doesn't have the property of child class. So this is how inheritance works. So again I will just modify it to child. All right, here, and just come back over here, and like I said, in addition what I gonna do is I will supply just 2 values and let's see what happens. Here it gave us the number. Now let's try to find the mean, find mean, and in that we gonna supply list of values. Okay, and then you got the mean as well. So you see in child all the properties were transferred from the parent. I just hope that it was clear. Now there is something which is called multi-level inheritance. Let's try to understand what multi-level inheritance is. Coming back over here, this was your parent class and this was your child class. So we just saw that all the properties from parent class was inherited to child. Let's take an example. Here there is 3 generations. 3 generations are there. This is the current generation, this is the previous one, and this is the previous one. So when you see this in practical life, so current generation would have access to all the properties of his or her previous generation, and his or her previous generation would have access to all the properties of his or her previous generation. So ultimately this current generation would have access to this generation and this generation, both of these 2 generation, right? So this is what called the multi-level inheritance. Okay, this is what called the multi-level inheritance. Let's try to understand this in Python. So here we are back in Python. Let's try to create another class which I will say, sorry, let's say class, and here I'm going to say grandchild. Okay, and this time what I'm going to do is I will just pass it. Let's see if this works. Yeah, this just worked. Now in this current child, if you see, let's try to create another object. I will say another object, and in that I'm going to create grandchild, and let's see if this has certain features. Does it have any feature? No. I'm hitting tab again and again, there is nothing inside this. So what I'll do is I'll just pass on this child class inside this. Okay, child class inside this. So if I pass the child class inside this, what will happen? What all are the properties which it would have? Okay, let me do one thing. First I'll remove this parent from here. Okay, and let's come back over here, and then this, and then this, sorry, so over here this. Okay, now in this object, what do you think, what all are the properties would be available? Just you can make a random guess. You can pause the video and just write that into the comment section. All right, so I'll just tell you what properties will it have. It would have only one property, which is find mean, because its parent grandchild its parent for grandchild is child, and it has no inheritance, right? So that's why grandchild got only what it parent had, which is child, right? Now if you want to have access to this also, so first we will have to do the inheritance for this one. Okay, now if you come back over here, and now if you create an object over here, and now if you try to check what all are the objects available over here, sorry, features available over here, so now you can see this grandchild has access to all the properties which its parent or grandparent class had, right? So this is how multi-level inheritance works. So if you want, you can use find mean, and in this you can put any number, right? And then you will have the mean. If you want to find addition subtraction, that will also work. So here if you want, you can just create some other features as well. So in the grandchild you would have multiple features, right? The feature which grandchild owned or earned or created, and the feature which child had, and the feature which parent had, right? So this is how the multi-level inheritance works. Now there is another thing which is called multiple inheritance. What is the difference between multi-level and multiple inheritance? Let me show it to you. So this is something which we just understood. Next thing which we see is here the first two generation. So somehow, and this is the third generation. So somehow the features or properties were not inherited to this child, but the third child which came in, that have access to both of these two parents, right? So that's called the multiple inheritance. In this, what is happening, this particular child is not getting the properties from him which he got from his parent, right? Because in this case he was not given any property from his parent, although all the properties from both of the parent were transferred to this grandchild. So in this, grandchild is directly taking the access to the property of both of these two parents, not through this particular parent. Okay, so this is called the multiple inheritance. Let's try to understand it over here. Okay, now I'll take this example itself. So for this, what I'll do is I'll just remove this inheritance from here. Again we will come back over here in this one, and again we will do the same activity, and over here we will try to see what. Okay, so first I'll just remove this. Now I'll try this, and then I will try to check this out. Let's see what are the properties that it has. It has nothing. It doesn't have any property, right? So let's try to inherit from parent, directly from parent. You see here we are not inheriting into child and then into the grandchild, but directly into the grandchild. Okay, now let's see. So here you see you have access to all the four properties which parent had, but you don't have the access to the property which the immediate parent had, which is child in this case. So you don't have access to find mean. So how can you do that? So what you can do is you can include another parent over here, which is nothing but child. Okay, let me just see the spelling of it so that we don't make any inaccuracies over here. And this is it. Now if you go over here and if you check that out, here you got that property as well. So this is called, sorry, pardon me, I should had to show you this example in this section, but I just showed it to you, but I just hope that it is clear to you. Okay, so in this is what called the multiple inheritance. Okay, this is called the multiple inheritance, where in one child class you are supplying multiple parent class. This is called the multiple inheritance, this one. Okay, so I just hope that it was clear to you, and just in case if you have any doubt, put that into the comment section. I'll definitely try to resolve this. Modules in Python. Let me take you directly to the Python interface, or which is called Python IDE. Here we're gonna use Jupyter not Jupyter Notebook really. Here today we're gonna try Spider. All right, so let's say you are working in here, and if you have to do some sort of calculations, for example addition, so what you're gonna do is just write this number and hit run button, and that is executed and you get the result over here. So just notice at the right hand side here it will be producing the result, right? If you have never worked in Spider, so at right hand side you're gonna get the result, and over left hand side we will be executing the codes. So this kind of calculation you can do and hit run button, you can get the result. But what happens when you have to do same kind of things again and again, these silly things again and again? It becomes tedious and boring activity. So to skip all those things, what we do is we define functions, right? So how do we define the function? What functions are? I have created a separate video for this. I would say just check that out. Link is given in the description section, and it is showing right over here as well. Now once you create these all functions, once you define all these functions, then after that what you can do is you can simply call any one of these functions, and you can just provide the input in that. And what you can do is you can just just bear with me. Okay, so what you can do is just select this and hit run button. So when you do that, this is the output which you get. Alright, so it simplified your work. Now let's consider we start work. After this we go to the Jupyter Notebook here and we try to use the same function. Are we going to be able to use that? Let's check that. No, it just threw the error. What does it say? It says name add is not defined. It's not defined, that's why we cannot use that, right? So what is the solution, right? So what we can do is we can save these particular things and we can make a module out of it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we just say save, and I'm going to say this module, okay, this module and .py. I'm going to save it as .py format. Okay, this is something which you should note. Now once this is saved, what you can do is jump back to the Jupyter Notebook, and over here just remove this thing, and what you're going to do is just import that. What was the module name? And that module name was this. That module name was this module. Let's see if that comes. Yes, this module was the module name. Now we just hit enter and it is imported. It didn't give any error, right? That means this module is imported. Now if you want to use that, what you're gonna do is you're gonna type this module again dot, and out of this whatever function you have you can use that, and just hit enter. Here you got the result, right? So it's as simple as this. Just I just hope that it was clear to you, right? So in this module, in this particular module, you can see all these functions are available. You can choose any one of these. For example, let's try dividing something, right? 44 comma 2, and when you do this, what you get is 22.2, 22.0, sorry. So you see how effective is this, right? So what you can do is you can create list of functions and you can save them and you can make them module and you can use them whenever it is needed. One thing you should notice is why I was able to save it in Jupyter and save it is in Spider, but I was able to use in Jupyter because both of these two things have working library at same place. How can we check that? Okay, so I'll just say, so if you want to check working library, so what you can do is import OS library and just say os dot get working library, get working directory, okay, and just hit enter. So this is the directory. At the same place I saved that particular module, and that's why I was able to import it. So what you do is whenever you create a module, save that in the current working directory. No matter what IDE you are working, if that is installed in the same directory, you will be able to use that particular module. Okay, you can do the same thing with your friend. You can share that with your friend and they can also import and they can use that. Moving ahead, if you have to use this thing again and again, for example writing this big spelling could be tedious task, right? So how can you simplify that? So whenever you import, what you can do is you can say import this module as tm, let's say call it tm. Now when you do that, after just typing tm, you will be able to see all the modules available in this, all the functions available in this thing, right? So you just renamed your module in this current session, right? And use, when you execute this, you get the same result. So this is how you rename it. Now what next? The next thing, what if you want to understand what all are the modules and functions available in this particular module? How can you check that? So for that, what you can do is you can check it, you can use dir command, and in that you just put the module name tim, right? Does it works? Oh, it just worked over here, right? So it just gave you the list of all the functions. You can ignore these all, these all are the default things. So these are the functions which are available inside this particular module. So this is how you can define and create a module. So this was the module which I created over here. There are some modules which are available with Python, for example numpy. So you might have noticed I keep on using that, import numpy as np. So I just imported it. Now what if you want to check what all are the functions available in this numpy? Can you check that? Okay, yes, of course we can check that. How can we check that? So just say print dir, and in that you can just apply np. Now these all are the functions which are available in numpy. In the same way you can do this for any module which you use or ever come across to use that. Okay, so this is it, this was the module. Now if you want me to explain you in terms of definition, what I can say is this is what modules, it's nothing but a package having multiple functions or instructions stored into it, to which you can import in your current project and can use its element whenever it is needed. In short, what we can say, if you have all these kind of functions defined, what you can do is you can store them in an envelope, and you can, so that envelope would be nothing but your module, and whenever it is needed you can import that module, and after that you can use the functions of that module as and when it is needed. So this is it about module. I just hope that you understood everything about it. Just in case if you have any doubt, put that into the comment section. I will definitely try to solve that. Input, what input is, let me give you an example. For example, we have this particular file created over here, right? So what we're gonna do is I'll just double click this particular file, and it opens up a window where it is asking you simply enter the first number, and you enter the first number. Then it asks you to enter the second number. I entered the second number, and then here it shows the result. The total is 100, right? And it is asking you to hit enter to exit this application. You just hit enter and you're out of this. Okay, so this is how it works, right? How is it allowing you to enter a value? This is because of input function. Let's understand how can we do that, right? So for that, what we do is, first let me clear this console over here. Now the console is cleared. For that, what we do is we use the input function. This is the input function which we can use, and now if you put this and if you run, it will ask user to enter a value, right? So let's run this first. Let's try to understand this step by step. So if you see over here, it has printed input, and here you don't have that line where you can enter the another command. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna just enter 55, right? And if you see, it just printed 55. All right, so this is how it worked over here. But if you see, when you run this, you don't get to know what exactly Python wants us to do. So for that, what we're gonna do is we write some instruction into it. Enter the first number. All right, now you select this again and execute this, and you see what happens here. It is asking you to enter the first number, so I can do enter first number. It just took that and it printed that. So that was not looking pretty good. So what I can do is I can put colon and I can hit space. Again I run this, so here it is giving me the space to enter that, so I'll just enter it and hit enter. It just took that number. But there is one thing, if you notice over here, you see we entered a number, but it is taking as a string. You see the quotations left and right. So that means whatever value you enter in the input segment, that is always a string. So let's check that out. First number, I'm going to say first number, right? And here what I'll do is I'll just print type of first number, just to showcase you. Okay, so here it is asking me to enter the first number, and here you see the class str. You see, that means the entered number is a string. So because you have to perform the mathematical operation on the value whatever you are accepting, you got to convert that into integer. How can you convert that? So whatever value you have entered over here, you asked user to enter over here, you're going to convert that into int by using int function, right? So you used the int function, and now when you do print this, let's print type of first number. Oops, this always troubles. Okay, number number. So here we are done with entering the values. Okay, now let's run this particular thing. So when you run this, it is again asking you to enter the value. So I enter the value 6, and let's see, here it says class int. That means the value is converted. Okay, now the next thing which we're gonna do is we're gonna enter the second number. We're gonna ask user to enter second number, and we're gonna follow the same things because we have already understood. So I'm just going to write this thing in a flow. Right here we're gonna say enter the second number, and then we're gonna put this thing. So here our second input is also created. Now what next we're gonna do is we're gonna create another variable which is called total. In total, what we're gonna do is we're gonna sum up this first and second number. How can we do that? It's first number plus second number. So this is added over here. Now the all that we need to do is we just need to print that particular thing. Print the sum of numbers. Oops, please bear with this, it just keep on giving you the numbers is, and here you just put the variable total separated by a comma. Now this is done. Let's save this. So I'm going to save this particular file saying new my testing input. Let's say my input testing. So this is the file. Oops, I saved it as a text file. Okay, just let me save it again. I will say testing.py. I have to say my input testing.py. Okay, that was saved as py file only. Okay, now let's go back to that particular folder. Here what we can do is just refresh this. I'll just refresh this, and here I have that particular thing, right? The file which we just created. Now if I double click this one, right, so here it is asking me to enter the number. So I just entered 44, right? It is asking me to enter the second number 33. Oops, what happened? Right, the window just went away. So this is a problem with this. So how can we hold that screen? So to hold that screen, what we can do is we can write another input. What is that input? We can say write the another input statement. Simply we can say anything. You can put any information inside this thing, right? Hit enter to exit. That's it. So you just put this instruction over here, and then come back over this folder, into this folder, and check out this file this time. Okay, this time it will not demotivate you, right? So this time you entered the number 55 and then 44 and hit enter. Now you got the answer, and it is asking you to hit enter to exit. So it is done. So this is how input can work. Now there is another problem. If you open this and instead of entering the number, if you enter any text, it just went away because it threw an error, right? It is an error because you were supposed to enter the numeric value, but you entered string value. So how can you handle all these kind of exceptions? That's something which we're going to discuss in the next. Handling exceptions or errors using try and except code block. So here in the Spider IDE, I'm just going to create a sort of program which will simply accepts the input from user, and it will print that. Okay, so that thing I'm going to ask user to enter the age. Enter your age here. All right, and once that is entered, I need to convert that into numbers. I will convert that into numbers, and then I will store that in a variable. So you see over here, I just need to make it int. All right, so here I'm just asking to enter the age over here. I'm converting that into integer and storing it in a variable, and then I will print that variable. Print, and I will simply say your age is this, and here I will just take the age number. Okay, and when I execute this particular patch, what happens? It asks me to enter the age, so I enter 5. I'm not going to tell you my correct age, so this is here. So you see it says your age is this. Now let me execute this program once again. This is executed, and instead of entering the age, let's say by mistake I enter the character value, what will happen? So you see this kind of disaster. To avoid this thing, we use the try and except block, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna ask Python to try this particular program, right? To try this particular patch. When you do so, Python also expects from you to tell him or her or it that what to do just in case if this given instruction does not work. So for that we use the except block, and in that you're gonna say Python, if this does not work, simply say that the entered value is not a number, right? So means there could be one error if user instead of entering a number enters a character string, then it will throw the error. So for that reason I wrote this particular thing, right? So I will just execute this part, and what happens, let's see. If I enter any character over here, it simply says the entered value is not a number. All right, so this is how we use try and except to keep the things going. So if this is printed, like I just said, that keep the things going, so what we can do is we can again ask it to print this particular part, right? So what we can do is we can say try again, sorry, try again. So this time what will happen when we execute this particular patch, what will happen is we will gonna enter we are supposed to enter the number over here, but just in case, let's say we entered character string over here. So what is it saying? It says the entered value is not a number, try again. So this time I tried it again, so it is done, it is sorted. All right, so this is how you can make use of try and except in your program. So this was the message which was supposed to be printed in case error occurs. What if there is no error? I'm just going to remove this thing as of now. So if there is no error, what is it that we want is we can use else statement to print a message when everything goes right. So in that case, what we want to say is we want to say your age is this, and over here we will simply take the age number, right? Now let's run this particular thing. If I enter age over here, a number over here, it simply says your age is 7. Let's run this again. And when you enter character string, sorry, just in case if you are entering character string over here, it says the entered value is not a number. So it is pretty simple to do this. So this is how you can make use of try and except and else statement. There is one more block which is called finally, right? You can use this block as well. We use this to enter a message which will be printed in any case, no matter if it gives an error or if it gives no error. All right, in any case it will print that. Either you can put a print statement, or you can put whatever you want which needs to be processed. In any case, whatever happens in this block, that particular statement, if you want to be executed in any case, then you will put that in finally thing. So here I just want to put finally, it's the end, it is the end, right? So I want to execute this particular thing. Let's run this again, right? So when I execute that part, I will just execute this part once again, right? So here if I enter a number, what happens? Your age is 8, it is the end. Now it's the end, this is done, right? Now let's execute this once again, and this time I'm entering the character string. So what happens? The entered value is not a number, it is the end. Now it's the end. So you see, in both of the cases, whatever you provided over here, that is getting printed. So this is how you make use of try, except, and try, except, else, and finally blocks to keep your code working. This is very useful when you are writing some big programs. Now if you remember, in previous video I explained, when I was explaining you about user input, then I created this sort of application, okay, and here if you enter some sort of a string instead of entering a number, it closes abruptly. So how can we fix that? So to fix that, what we can do is we can you make use of try and except method, right? How can we do that? So let me just show it to you. So over here what we have is first number we are asking user to enter, right? So we can take help of try statement over here, try, and we can ask user to enter the first number, right? And what if this does not work? Then in that case we're gonna say except, let me make it a little bigger, and we want to say print, and we can say the entered number is not an integer, right? And then we again want user to try, we again want to give another chance to the user, right? So what we can say is we can say you try again, you can try again, right? So this sort of thing we want to use, we want user to do. Now same thing we will repeat for second number as well, right? So let's say try, we want user to enter the second number, right? And then in case if something goes wrong, then what we want user to do is, not user, we want Python to do is just print this particular message, the enter number is not integer. So here I am going to say second number, or to make it more particular, what I'll do, okay, it is same, right? Oops, this is a little problem with spider, okay. So here again we want to give user another chance to enter the number, try entering the number. Once we get everything perfectly fine, then what we do is we will add this particular thing over here, and then we print the final number, and we ask user to hit enter to close this particular thing. Now let's save this, right? I will say testing, okay, test input, test, or let's say try except input dot py. So I'm saving this particular thing. Now I will go in this particular folder over here, and what I'll do is I will just pick this file and I will execute this. And here it is asking me to enter the first number. Let's say by mistake I entered the string value over here. What it says, the entered number is not an integer, try again. So I can try it again. I entered this value, enter the second number. Let's say again I made the mistake and entered string value. So again it says to try again. So I entered the value, and here it says the sum of number is 143, hit enter to exit. So I hit enter. So this is how you can make use of try and except method in your codes, and you can make it very effective and you can keep it running. How can we magically handle a file from Python itself, which includes, when I say handling the file, that means we are going to have fundamental knowledge of how can you open an existing file in any location, and that too directly in your Python. How can you read the content out of that file? How can you write something into that? And how can you close that after doing all these three things? And once these all are done, or maybe if you want to write a complete new file in a given folder, how can you do all these things very quickly using Python? So let's go ahead and have the fundamental understanding of all these things. So here we are just going to read a particular file. For example, here I have a folder, my file, and whatever is written in this particular thing, first I'm going to open this particular file and check out what all are the things which are written into this, okay. So what I'll do is I'll first copy this location where it is, right, and then what I'm gonna do is I'll just say my file, or let's say file equals to open. So there is no library, open is a base function which you can use to open any file, right? So this is done. So this is just a location. Now you need to put the file name as well and its file type as well, txt. So this is a text file, so I'm writing txt. Now there could be a situation where it doesn't read, so what you can do is you can just put r. So r means it is going to take this string in absolute raw format. Python will not do any processing on this provided input. Okay, now once this is done, this file is opened. Can you read this file, whatever is written into this? No, the answer is no. We are not able to read this particular file, what is written into that. So how can you do that? For that you're going to use read option. Okay, read function. Now this is something which is written in that particular file. What it says is file.read, and into that it is written what are you doing here. Now you're going to tell it what are you doing over here, right? So if you want to validate whether this is correct or not, you can just come back over here and you can try to check this out. Yeah, it is written over there. Now if you try to delete this particular file from here, it's not going to be deleted. Why? Because this particular file is opened in Python, right? So always remember, whenever you are opening any file, do not forget to close that, because if that's not closed, there you might face some problem, okay, in handling that particular file. So here that's why we say file.close. So if you come over here and just open this, check this out, and if you delete this, this is going to be deleted, right? So but I'm not going to delete it as of now. So this is how you saw that how can we read a particular file in this Python directly, right? Now after this there are a couple of things which happens, right? So there are a couple of modes which we can use to read a particular file. By default it takes R. So the syntax for opening a file is simple this: the function which is open, and in here you provide the file path, and here you provide the mode. So if you are not giving, if you see over here, we just provided the file path, but we didn't provide the mode. That means by default Python accepts the read only mode. Okay, so that's the read only mode. If you want to open that and write something into that, then you're gonna open that in read and write mode. For example, let's see what we're gonna do over here is, again we're gonna open that particular file, open, and in this what I'm going to do is I will just put this particular thing, okay, and then I will say my file dot txt and I'll close this bracket. All right, now if I opened this particular file, now I have to write something into it. File dot write. To write anything, what you're gonna do is you're gonna use this function file dot write, and in the bracket you can write. So the question was what are you doing here? So I'm going to say I just want to have a look. I just want to have a look. All right, and then what I'll do is I'll just close this particular file. Let's see what happens. All right, now let's see. So here it says not writable. It gives you the error not writable. All right, so what is the problem? Why it's not letting you write? Because this is opened in read only mode. So how can we fix that? To fix that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use W mode. W mode is nothing but write mode. All right, so in this, all that you need to do is after providing the file location and file name, all that you need to do is put W between the quotations, right? And once you are done with that, then this particular file is opened. If you want to read that, just read that first. Here, oops, there seemed to be some error, not readable. It says not readable. So what we can do is we can say R and W. So R and W, it says append, it can accept only one mode, right? So because we have already read this file, so what we're gonna do is we directly gonna write something into this. Okay, so what I'll do is this time I will write this, and in this I'm going to say what is it, that I just wanted to have a look in it. All right, this is written. After that, what I'll do is I'll just close this particular file. Okay, now let's run this. This is done. So now to check if this thing is written into that particular file, in this particular file or not, what we're gonna do is we're gonna again open that and read that out. So how can you do that? This time I'm going to open that in read only mode. Okay, open, and in this I will just put this particular thing, oops, here. All right, and now what I'll do is I'll just say file dot read, and you see I just wanted to have a look in it, right? And after that what we're gonna do is we're gonna just say close, because it is our duty to close that once we have opened that. But if you notice that whatever line was written previously, that has been overwritten, right? That is something which is overwritten. If you go back to this particular file and if you try to, let me just close this first, and it is closed, and if you come over here in this, if you see, I just wanted to have a look in it. This is written, whatever was written previously, that has been gone, that's gone, and new thing has been written into that. So how can you avoid that? What I want is I want to have it written whatever is already written into that, and on top of that I want to add some more text into that. How can you do that? So for that what we're gonna do is we're gonna open the file in append mode. So file equals to open, let's see what is it that I have. Okay, so this is something which I have already copied, and in this I'm going to say a. All right, let's see what happens. Can we read this? Let's just try to check. I don't know if we can read this. We cannot read this. Okay, to read this we only need to open that in our read only mode. Okay, now once this is opened, what we're gonna do is we again gonna do some writing into that, and this time we're gonna say write file dot write, and in this is something I want to append. This is done, and after this what I need to do is I just need to close that particular file. All right, so this is done. Now if I again want to see what is the content into that, so what I can do is I'll try to open this from here itself. Okay, now I'll just open this and I'll just read this. You see both of these two lines are written into that. I just wanted to have a look in this. This is something I want to append. So to avoid this thing, you could have inserted a new line. We could have inserted a new line into this, and then we could have written this particular thing. Then it would have in looking pretty good. Okay, but if you come over here, what you can see is this, both of these two lines are written over here, right? So you can just plan to write it differently so that it looks good. Okay, that's something which we will cover in the upcoming videos. Okay, now you see the new line is imported over here, which is oblique and n. So now this file is open. What we need to do first is we just gonna close this particular file. Close. All right, let's see if we have something written into this. Yeah, we have the things whatever we had written. Now let's say this is something which is opening an already existing file. Now over here we want to create altogether new file. So what is it that we can do? How can we do this particular thing? So for that what you're gonna do is you're gonna write the same syntax, but this time what you're gonna do is write x over here. X means this is something which is going to create a new file, and for that we will have to give another file name over here, and if you just hit enter, this file is created over here. If you come back and you see the file is created over here, but this file is empty. If you want to write something in this and save it, it is asking you to provide the location. Why? Because this file is already opened in Python, that's why it is not taking that. So what we're gonna do is, let's see if we can write something into this. Sorry, we first need to close this particular file, and then possibly we can do this file.close. Okay, all right, so this file is created over here, and but this doesn't have anything written into it. There is another way of creating a file. What is that? So if you do this and if you do this w, this will also, let's see what it does. Okay, and now this thing is created over here. Let's see if, so you see my file 3 is created over here. So by using w you can also create a file. What it will do is it will create a file in writable mode. But if you are using this particular thing, it creates the file but it doesn't let you write anything into this, right? And when you run it again, the kind of error which you are getting, file exists, because a file with this name is already existing. So remember, if you are creating any file using this particular mode, it will create a file if there is no such file exist over there, if there isn't any file existing over there. If it is existing, it will give an error over here. That's why we were getting an error over here, right? So this is the reason behind this particular error. Now this thing is created. Now in this, what we're gonna write is we're gonna do some writing into it, okay? And in this is testing work. So I just wrote it into this, and after this what I want to do is I just want to close this particular file. So this file is closed. Now let's check if whatever we wrote, it is saved into that particular file or not. That you can do from here as well. This is testing work. It is done. It is written. Now if you want to read that from here also, you can do that. So what you're going to do is you're going to just type this particular, and here you're going to say file dot read. Here you have the content, right? I wanted to have a look. Oops, I just opened the first file. All right, so here it is. This file is testing work. This is testing work. Now we also need to close this particular file, right? How can we close that? You see, this is closed. The first file was also closed, right? Everything is closed. Now nothing is open. So this is how you can deal with the files when you have created, when you already have something created. I just hope that you understood it, and this is very interesting thing. You can use this particular thing to automate your work. There could be some kind of work where you perform certain actions, you accept the user inputs, and you want to write that into certain file. Then in that scenarios you can do this thing. So I just hope that the things were clear to you. Just in case if you have any doubt, do not hesitate to put that into the comment section. I'll definitely try to clarify that. What is this with statement in Python? So this is nothing. It's similar to try or except statement. We use these to handle the exception. Try and except statement is something which I have covered in the previous video. If you have not seen that, just check it out. Link is given in the description section. But when we can do this thing in try and except statement, why do we use the with statement? So it's more importantly, it does the job in less number of lines, which makes the code effective, readable, etc, etc, etc. So moral of this story is this with statement does the similar job or as try and except, which helps us in handling the exception. But the interesting part is it requires less number of lines in your script, and it does the effective job, which makes the code more readable and easy to understand, right? So let's jump to the Jupyter notebook and try to see how can we make use of this particular thing. Well, so here we are in Jupyter notebook, and here is a folder where I have a file called this file, which I'm going to use and open that, read that, write that, etc, etc, using three methods. One is normal method. We'll start with normal method. I'm going to create an object or variable called file, and in that we're going to use open statement, and that I just put the text, and this is the where my file is residing. I'm just going to open that in write mode, and then I will be writing some content into that. Okay, now here it says invalid mode, which is write. This is written in capital letter, so it must be small letter. Okay, so now you just notice you cannot write W in capital letter, right? Now what I need to do is I need to write some content into this, right? So how can I do that? Like this, I've covered in the previous video in detail. Now I'm just going to say hello Learnerea. Hello Learnerea. All right, this is written. Now we all know that once the things are done, we gotta close that particular file. Now we have to read that particular file, whether that is written or not. There are two ways: either you can open that over here, or you can go back to the folder. You can just open this and see if it is written into that or not. You see it is written hello Learnerea. Okay, so this was the way using the normal method. Now let's try doing this using the except try or except method. Okay, so what we're gonna say is, let's say try, and in here I will just put this particular statement, copy and paste to make it quick, right? And once this thing is done, this is opened, what I want is I want to write the thing, and this time I want to write I am a Learnerian. Okay, this is what I wrote, and finally what I want is I just want to close this particular file. Alright, so this is done. Now let's go and see if this is overwritten into this or not. Yes, I am Learnerian. Okay, this is overwritten into that. Perfect. So you see this was also done using try and except method. Now let's try doing this with statement. Okay, here with statement. So how do we write the with statement? Start with, then write the action whatever you want to do. So what we want to do is we want to open this particular file. Okay, this is the action. So we start with, then write the action and then assign that into a variable which is called file. I did that, right? And now here what you need to do is, all that you need to do is just write file dot write, and in that put your condition, check in Learnerea. All right, so this is done. Now you don't even need to close this over, you don't need to write this statement over here. This is closed, written and closed, right? So if you want, just can go over here and check this out. Here check in Learnerea, it is written over here, and you don't even need to close this particular file in Python, right? So this is the beauty of using with statement. It simplifies the line. If you see here how many lines are written, over here how many steps are written, but if you see over here it's just 2 lines. Okay, and it did the work, and it makes it pretty simple. So I just hope that it was very clear to you. Just in case if you have any doubt, put that into the comment section. We will be discussing more use case of these things when we start doing the project sort of things, or we start looking into the practical uses of these things, right? But here the only purpose was to give you the fundamental knowledge of this thing, which I think was clear to you. Just in case you get any doubt, put that into the comment section. I will definitely try to solve that.
This video we're going to be talking about OS module, or you can also say OS library. This is one of the library which is very frequently used when it comes to the automation work, right? When you are automating some official work, then it is very frequently used, and it helps a lot. In OS, O stands for operating and S stands for system. So this is operating system module. Now to start using this, first thing which you're gonna do is you're gonna import this particular thing. And to import this, all that you need to say is import space OS. This is pre-build or in-build module with Python, you can say, right? Now once that is imported, what all we can do with this, I mean, there are n number of things which you can do with this particular library, but some of the things which are very frequently used, I'm going to explain you over here, right? First one is check out the current working directory. Many of the time it will happen you're working in some Python IDE and you save the file, but you don't get to know where that is saved, right? So how can you get to know? Because that by default gets saved into the library where program is installed. By default it happens, right? But how do you get to know where is that, right? So for that you're gonna do is you're gonna say os.get cwt, right? Get cwt, that's all. So once you do this, you will get to know what is the directory where your files are saved or where this program is saved. Now let's consider a scenario that you got to know what is the directory where your files or programs are saved, but you are working on certain project and you don't want to save the files into this particular directory. How can you change that? For that you're gonna say os.ch dir, and in this I will provide the directory where I want to change it, to which I want to change it. Now you see, you must have noticed here I used r and then in double quotation I provided the location. So many other when you provide the location, you have to change the slashes to right slash, or maybe you can say forward slashes. To eliminate that, I just use r means raw form. In this form itself Python will understand the location. Right now this directory is changed. How do we know that this directory is changed? Right, so again we just learned get cwd, right? So you can use get cwd, and then you see this is particularly previously it was current working directory was this, now this it has been changed to this. Now to be on safer side, what I'll do is I'll again set it back to the root directory, I mean the original directory, right? Or let it be. Right now this directory is changed, working directory is changed. Let's try to create another directory inside this OS. You see the last folder is OS. Inside that I want to create another directory. Can we do that? So how can we do that? For that we're gonna say os dot make directory, let's say make dirs, right? And in that I'm going to say another directory name which is testing, right? What do you think? Is it going to work? So before I do this, let me show you if there is something into that or not. So in this OS directory, you see there is just one file but none of the other folder, right? So testing file is there, but I want to create another folder called testing. Let's see if this works. It didn't work, right? What is it saying? The file directory name or volume label syntax is incorrect. Testing is not working, right? So how can we make this correct, right? Let's try this one. If this works, oh, it just worked. Like I said that you're gonna use r. Now if you come back over here and let's try to refresh it, it didn't work yet, right? So what we can do, we can try using the complete location, right? Complete path. And now let's see if that is created. Yeah, here we go. Now we have the folder created. So what we understand is we can provide the complete location where we have to save the, where we have to create a folder, right? So I just hope that it is clear to you. This is going to be very interesting. Now over here, list down the files and directories in the given directory. Okay, so many of the time, for example, let's say this testing was created. Now I want to be sure that whether this testing folder is created into this or not. How can we do that? For that I can say os.listdir, and in that what I can do is I can just provide that simply. I can just provide this location. All right, I can just give this particular location over here, and then we can see if that particular thing is, oops, I just gave the testing as well. Right now if you see in OS directory, in OS folder, we have two things. One is testing folder, the other one is testing file. How do I know that which one is file and which one is folder? Because folder does not have any file type or extension, so that's why this is the folder, and this one is particular file which is an Excel file. Now this becomes very useful when you are working on automation, when you have to do some sort of consolidation of all the files available in a particular folder, or you have to go through each of the file available in a particular folder. So that becomes very useful. This is the playlist which I have created. In each of the video I have made extensive use of this particular function of OS library, right? So I highly encourage you to check out any of this video, and then you will see what is the practical use, how effectively can we use this os.listdir. For that matter, as of now, what I'm going to do is I will just show you a very good example, right? I would say Learnerea, and inside that I have one folder which is called tables, and I'm going to just check out what all are the files and folders available into that. So you see, these all are the files and folders which are available in this particular folder, tables, right? Now I have to delete a directory. Like we saw that we just created one directory over here. This is called testing. Now I want to delete that testing folder. I want to delete. Now I don't need that, right? Or maybe when you are doing the automation work, first you want to check if there is some directory which is already existing and now you want to delete that. How can you do that? So for that, like you can see here, I have already written os.remove dirs, and you provide the directory location. This last one, this testing, this one will be removed. If you want to delete os, then you need to keep till here, and this will delete the os library. So whatever comes at the end, that will be removed. Now let's try this. This is done. Now I will check what all are the things available in os library, right? So how can we do that? I just explained you list dir, and in that what you can do is you can just provide this particular location, right? In os library, what all are the things that we have available, and we will get to know. Now you can see that we have only one item available, which is an excel file. Now here it says how can you rename directories or files. So let's try to rename this testing file to a testing new, right? How can we do that? First, os dot rename, I'm going to say rename, and in that you're going to provide the older file name, which in my case is this. Inside os library I have one file which is named as testing, right? To which I will rename as testing new, testing.xlsx. This is the file name which I want to rename, right? So first you need to provide the older file name, then you need to provide the new file name to which you want to change it. So testing, I want to change it to testing new, and then you say this. It just threw an error. Let's see why is it giving you an. So let's first try to rename the folder and see if that works, right? So to rename the folder, what I'll do is I'll just remove this particular file name, and then I'll just try to rename this particular folder from os to os new. Here says the process cannot access the file because it is being used by another process. So let's see why is that. So first what I'll do is I'll check current directory. What is the current working directory? So the current working, it is the current working directory. That's why it is not changing, it's not using it, right? It's not renaming it, I'm sorry. So what I'll do is I'll just change the current working directory, and then I'll try to do this. Okay, now I will say os dot change dir. This is the command which I showed you in the very beginning, right? And over here what I'll do is I'll just change this particular thing, right? And let's see, this is changed. Now let's see if this works. Oh, it just worked. Now if you come over here, you see os has been renamed to os new. So this is how you can change the name of a directory. Now I encourage you to try changing the file name, right? I would give that exercise to you. Try changing the file name if that works or not. Now the next thing which comes in is whether a file exists or not. Now we have to check in os new whether testing file exists or not. Again, this is very useful in automation work. For example, you are creating certain files, so before that you would like to check out whether there is any file existing with this particular name or not, or there could be many instances, right? So for example, as of now our problem statement is just to check whether a file exists or not. So to do so, os is the main module and it has a sub module which is called path, right? So this is the sub module which we're gonna use. Now before I reach over there, I will just like to tell you, see, there is one method. Here I just explained you some of the os functions. Now if you want to know what all are the functions that are available with os, you can check that by using this thing, right? You simply say print dir, and inside that you can just put the os library name, and you see these all are the functions available with os which you can use. Similarly, you can check out the sub module. You see here the path, right? This is the path function or submodule you can say, which is available with OS. Now what all are other functions that are available with path? So these are the functions which are available with path. Now you see there is one function which is called isFile. Now using this you can check whether a file exists or not. So we're going to say os dot path dot isFile, and inside that we can just give the whole location, this complete location, right? This is the complete location we can provide over here, and we can also give the file name testing xlsx. So this will just tell us whether this is the file or not. It says no, it's incorrect. It says testing file does not exist over here, right? So here let's try exist. Here it says no, it does not exist. Why is that happening? I am not sure. Let's check that out. This is happening because we are giving the library name as OS while it is renamed as OS underscore new. So we will just change it. Now you see over here it says that yes, os.path.exists. Yes, this particular file exists, right? Now let's change this particular thing and try to check. No, it says doesn't exist, right? Whether a file exists or not. This is what we just checked it. Now here it says check whether given string is a file or not, whether whatever string we are giving, is that a file or not. How can we check that, right? So for that you can say os.path.isFile. We can simply try checking whether that's a file or not. How can we do that? So for that what we're gonna do is we're gonna provide the location along with the file name. So this is the location. Now in that I'm just going to put the file name as well, right? It says, well, let's check what it says. It says false. Oops, again I just gave the OS, right? I have to say OS underscore new. Again it says false because this file does not exist. This is not a file. Testing.xlsx, it is saying that it's not a file. Now let's try removing this particular thing and removing this. You see it says false. Let's try another thing, os.chdr, and I will change its location to this one. Okay, let's see, and then we will see if that works or not. And let's see that still it says false. Why is that saying false? Let's try putting this particular name over here. Still it says false. There is something. Now we are fed up of this. Why is this saying false? Because here the extension name which we are giving is not correct, right? xlsx it has to be. Now you see it says true, right? So whatever extension, whatever correct file name you provide, it will tell you whether that particular file exists or not, given string is a file or not, right? So that's how it works. There is another function which is called isDir. You can try that, isDir, right? So I highly encourage you to go ahead and try that yourself, right? Now after that, this one, walk through each of the directories or subdirectories, right? So this is very useful, trust me. This is fantastic thing when you have to find out the entire directory structure. Then in that case this is going to be extremely useful. How can we make use of this particular thing? Let me explain you that. So the function is called os.walk. And what is the directory structure that you want to walk through? So this is the directory structure which I want to walk through. Inside Learnerea there is one directory which is called tables, and I want to see into that, right? So here is the output. Now you must be thinking, what is the benefit of it? We don't understand anything. So there are three components of os.walk. What all are those three components? Those are dir path, dir names, and file names, right? So these are the three components. Now you can say okay, fine, what, so what, right? what is it that I'm going to do with this 3 component. Then you're gonna loop through each of these components. So I will say for dir path, dir names, file names, in I'm going to say in os.walk, I will say here print the dir path is, right, and then what I'll do is I'll just print this multiple times, and here I will print a blank line. Now here I will say dir name is, file name is. Now I will just simply put all these variables over here, right, and here I will say dir names, here I'm going to say file names, right, and just print this. Now if you see over here, what it says is the dir path is this, and inside that you have all these subdirectories, right, or you can say the folders, and inside that you have all these files, right. So all of these files are existing in either of this folder or in this folder, right. Now if you pick one folder under tables archived, in that you have this file. Under tables you have another folder which is called backup. Inside that, if you have all these 2 files, right. So similarly you got the entire structure over here. Now I'm going to give you a very good use case of this particular thing. For example, you see this file name Learnerea. I want to check out what all are the folders inside tables which contains this particular file. How can I find that? So for that, what I am going to do is I will simply say os.walk, and inside that I will provide the library name. Okay, for to be on safer side, what I'll do is I will just first, okay, let me just copy the entire string, right. I will just, to make it quick, I will just copy this entire string over here and I will put it over here, right. So this will give me this thing, right. Now I have to check the file name. So this will give me the list of dir path, dir names and file names, but I have to loop through the file name only. So I will say for file in file names, if file dot starts with, and inside that I'm just going to say if file dot starts with Learnerea. This is the file name which I want to check where all this particular file exists, right. If it finds the match, I want it to print dir path, and then just hit enter. Oops, here I need to put a colon, and then I just need to do this thing. Now you got a list of all the folders. This particular file exists in tables folder, backup folder, Google Play Store folder and Python folder. So this is it in this particular video. These all are the things. I highly recommend you to go through it once again and try to use this as much as you can, and then make a very good use case of this to automate some of the manual things, manual file handling things. This is going to help you a lot. Until then, happy learning. Wish you very all the best.